Chapter 1258. This matter, it's better to seek the advice of the ancestor. The patriarch of the Jin family said with a bitter smile. The Jin family was already severely weakened, barely able to maintain its status and stabilize the clan's situation. But now, with Lu Pingon, such a formidable force emerging in by Lake Mountain, the balance between the two families might soon be reversed. A quarter of an hour later, the patriarch of the Jin family, along with several elders, arrived at Golden Dragon Peak to meet Jin Zan. What? Sima Tong suppressed by Lu Pingon? How is that possible? Inside the main hall, Jin Zan immediately expressed disbelief upon hearing the patriarch's words. After all, Sima Tong had broken through to the false core level decades ago and possessed a life-bound magic treasure, his battle prowess far surpassing Jin Zan's own. Yet, such a seasoned false core immortal was suppressed by Lu Pingon, a junior from the Lu family. Sarch * the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If he didn't know that the patriarch and others wouldn't dare joke about this, he would have thought they were trying to deceive him. Why does heaven favor this Lu Changxing so much? Seeing that everyone's expressions were grave, Jin Zan looked to the sky and sighed deeply, his eyes filled with both envy and helplessness. He had also become aware of the recent events involving Lu Wangshu and Lu Qingxian. So upon hearing this news, his first reaction wasn't fear of By Lake Mountain's current strength. Rather, he feared By Lake Mountain's future potential. Feared that By Lake Mountain might still be holding back its true power, because it was simply too astonishing. Lu Changxing and Lu Miaoge, a pair cultivating a dual cultivation technique. Lu Wangshu, inheriting Lu Changsheng's talisman path legacy. Lu Qingxian, who had just broken through to Foundation establishment but managed to kill 2 of their Foundation establishment clansmen. Lu Pingon, so young yet already possessing false core level combat power. And a single Lu family disciple, Lu Qingshan, now accepted into an immortal sect in Yu country. Thinking of these Lu family talents gave Jin Zan a profound sense of powerlessness. Although the Jin family did have a few promising seeds of talent, they paled in comparison to Lu Pingon, Lu Qingshan, and Lu Wangshu. Furthermore, the family's foundation had been drained while supporting him to break through to the false core level. Now, the clan didn't have the resources to cultivate new nascent soul seeds and could only barely maintain a decent number of Foundation establishment cultivators. Consolidate the family's forces further, stabilize the current situation, and observe the developments. Sima family has suffered this humiliation. They won't let it slide easily, so well watch their response first. Jin Zan sighed heavily, his tone filled with weariness. In his youth, he had been ambitious and radiated vitality. But ever since the previous Jin family patriarch was killed by a heretic cultivator, leaving the family's survival entirely on his shoulders, he had become cautious and prudent in all matters. Though the Wang family is declining, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Years ago, I heard that the Wang family had always been seeking marriage alliances with other powers. Xiaojiu, go contact them and gauge their attitude. After some contemplation, Jin Zan continued. 5 elements Wang family. The Jin family patriarch froze upon hearing this. He had considered this matter before as well. But the Wang family was under the jurisdiction of the Wuxia sect. Moreover, the Wang family's relationship with the beast-taming Su family was poor. If their clan tried to curry favor with the Wang family, it might provoke the Su family's displeasure. As if reading the Jin family patriarch's concerns, Jin Zan added, the Su family and the Shangguan family can also be approached. Yes, ancestor. The Jin family patriarch and others nodded heavily in response, their hearts burdened with the implications. They understood that the ancestor was preparing to surrender a portion of their interests to forge alliances and leverage external powers. By Lake Mountain, the news of Lu Pingon and Ling Zixiao suppressing the false core patriarch spread wildly across the outside world, and the Lu family disciples naturally caught wind of it. Many of them noticed their fathers welcoming their concubines and elder brothers back home, realizing that the news wasn't just a rumor, it was likely true. I thought Wangshu was already invincible, but who would have guessed that my elder brother, A false core immortal. My elder brother suppressed a false core immortal. Doesn't that mean my elder brother has achieved false core immortal status? Our family has become a false core level clan. Many Lu family disciples were thrilled and ecstatic. Meanwhile, cultivators and representatives from many family forces arrived at Bai Lake Mountain to verify the authenticity of the rumors. It is true. Lu Changxing, Lu Pingan, and Ling Zixiao did not appear in public. Lu Xingyang and Lu Miaoge confirmed the matter directly. During the exchanges, Lu Miaoge revealed shocking news to families with good relations with hers. Her husband, Lu Changxing, had advanced to third-rank talisman master. Third-rank talisman master. Hiss. Upon hearing this bombshell, these people were visibly shocked and audibly gasped in amazement. A third-rank talisman master might not have the status of a nascent soul immortal, but it was equivalent to a false core immortal. Especially Lu Changxing, the talisman master, who also mastered Talisman Path Legacy. He had once joined forces with Lu Miaoge to defeat the false core immortal Jin Zan. Now that the Lu family had stable access to third-rank talismans, even ordinary false core immortals might not be a match for Lu Changxing and Lu Miaoge together. Congratulations to Lady Lu, congratulations to Mountain Lord Lu. Congratulations to Ancestor Lu on advancing to third-rank talisman master. A nascent soul breakthrough is in sight. These family elders were astonished, and they each expressed their congratulatory remarks. This news was incredibly impactful. No less shocking than the information about Lu Pingan suppressing Sima Patriarch. With Lu Changxing publicly claiming the title of third-rank talisman master and Lu Pingan possessing false core level battle strength, the Lu family of Bai Lake Mountain had indisputably solidified its reputation as a false core level clan. 2 months from now, at my daughter Wangsha's foundation establishment ceremony, my husband will offer several third-rank talismans as gifts for auction. If you could help spread the word, and if anyone possesses heavenly and earthly treasures sought by our Lu family, they may exchange them for third-rank talismans. Lu Miaoge, dressed in a simple white palace gown, her jet-black silky hair shaped into an ethereal celestial bun adorned with several azure jade beads, added a touch of elegance and nobility to her serene and refined face. Professions such as array masters, alchemists, artifact refiners, and talisman masters often authenticated their rank with sales of corresponding elixirs, artifacts, or talismans. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1259. Of course, aside from this method, one could also go to certain organizations or forces to undergo evaluations, thereby indirectly gaining fame. Lu Changxing naturally chose the simplest method, taking out a few talismans to sell and auction. Though such things might be falsified, few people would be willing to use third-rank talismans for deception or name-building. Moreover, such falsehoods would inevitably lead to suspicion over time. Lu Mountain Lord is truly magnanimous. Lady Lu, rest assured upon returning, I will certainly promote your esteemed family well. Lady Lu, might I ask what kind of heavenly and earthly treasures your esteemed family currently requires? The cultivators present, upon hearing these words, all spoke with excitement and enthusiasm. In Lu Changxing's eyes, third-rank talismans were no longer anything special. But to these cultivators, they were incomparably rare. Having a third-rank talisman was essentially equivalent to possessing a life-saving artifact. In times of danger, merely unveiling a third-rank talisman would be enough to deter most Foundation establishment cultivators. Materials for the Foundation establishment elixir are the same as before. Lu Miaoge replied with a graceful smile, exuding an elegant demeanor. Sir, the novel fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Gradually, cultivators began arriving at Bai Lake Mountain to visit. Apart from offering congratulations and probing for information, many families also came seeking cooperation, with some even proactively pledging allegiance to the Lu family. The cultivation world is unpredictable and ever-changing. one might unexpectedly encounter trouble or cross paths with heretic cultivators or robber cultivators. Though these families were under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sect, the Qingyun sect rarely intervened in family affairs under their rule. It was only upon encountering heretics or demon cultivators that they would send someone to investigate and resolve the matter. If two families were at odds or clashing, as long as the situation did not escalate excessively or cause too much of a commotion, the Qingyun sect typically turned a blind eye. In the event of requesting the Qingyun sect to intervene and uphold justice, both participating families would have to pay a heavy price. Thus, these family forces preferred to seek out their own protectors. However, the families seeking by Lake Mountain's protection were not fools either. Most were in unfavorable circumstances, hoping to leverage by Lake Mountain's reputation to overcome their crises. Alternatively, they foresaw that by Lake Mountain as a false core family would undoubtedly expand its influence, and by pledging allegiance now, they might gain benefits from the Lu family, possibly earn a share of the profit. Regarding allegiance, esteemed seniors and Taoists may discuss the details with me later. Lu Xingyang addressed the family patriarchs expressing intentions to pledge allegiance. The family had indeed discussed this beforehand and planned to recruit several subordinate families to perform tasks for them. However, the Lu family would not indiscriminately accept just any family force. Apart from disseminating selective information during visits from other families, Lu Changsheng also directed the family to publicly and covertly promote his status as a third-rank talisman master, as well as the specifics of Lu Pingan's battle with Patriarch Sima, emphasizing the significance of third-rank talismans. After all, Lu Pingan subduing a false core patriarch at his age was rather astonishing. It was necessary to ease the shock somewhat through such information. The role of being a third-rank talisman master, along with the third-rank talismans and prelate formations, provided a reasonable explanation for how Lu Pingan managed to subdue and capture Patriarch Sima. At this moment, within a secret chamber, Lu Changsheng brought Binger with him and was using the Six Desires Heart Demon technique on Patriarch Sima. It was not a soul search. Rather, it was simply a method of disturbing the soul to extract certain information about the Sima family from the opponent, such as financial resources, cultivation technique inheritance, and other secrets. With his Tai divine soul comparable to the peak of core formation, employing such methods on a false core opponent like Patriarch Sima was naturally effortless. However, his Six Desires Heart Demon technique lacked the cultivation from the 7 emotions and 6 desires, which resulted in mediocre effects. He could only obtain superficial details. For deeper information, the opponent's subconscious would resist, potentially awakening them. The Sima family has managed to stand strong for so many years. They do have some foundation. Lu Changsheng chuckled lightly. Though the Sima family only had 2 false core immortals, their heritage was exceptional. If needed, they could cultivate a false core immortal in the shortest time possible. However, to the Sima family, having 2 false core immortals in residence was already sufficient. Nurturing additional false core immortals would only result in wasted resources. They would consider training new false core members only after their current ones passed away, thus maintaining the family's continuity. Moreover, Lu Changsheng learned that the Sima family possessed a significant heritage, their ancestral mysterious turtle. This mysterious turtle currently had the status of a quasi-third-rank entity, remaining in long-term slumber. Perhaps, after a few hundred years, it could ascend to the 3rd rank. This type of turtle-based spiritual beast truly is well suited to serve as a clan guardian spirit beast. Lu Changsheng reflected inwardly. The beast-taming Su family had a mysterious turtle spirit beast, the Sima family had one, and he recalled the spirit-taming sect seemed to have one as well. This brought Lu Changsheng's thoughts back to his own cold blue dark turtle. Yet, the growth of such turtle-based spiritual beasts was exceedingly slow. 40 years had passed, and this cold blue dark turtle had just advanced to the middle stage of the 1st grade. Even Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel speechless. Lu Wangshu was equally unimpressed with its growth speed. After all, this cold blue dark turtle wasn't raised in the wild. It was well-fed and cared for, often placed inside ancient beast-taming charms for accelerated cultivation. Should I perhaps? Lu Changxing stared at Patriarch Sima before him, his thoughts stirring. Considering that once Sima Tong was ransomed back, he could find an opportunity to deal with the Sima family's other false core cultivator, Sima Yu. This way, the Sima family would be reduced to a level similar to the Jin family, posing much less of a threat. After all, Patriarch Sima Tong's self-destruction of his life-bound magic treasure damaged his foundation, and his combat strength would likely be inferior to Jin Zan, who was a mere blank slate false core. Master. At that moment, the voice of Mount Sumeru echoed in Lu Changsheng's mind, informing him of an anomaly in Bai Ling's cocoon of light. All right. Upon hearing this, Lu Changxing immediately ensured Patriarch Sima Tong remained unconscious and departed with Binger towards the Changxing Hall. Inside the cave mansion, upon the bed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1260. The white golden cocoon formed by Bai Ling emanated a faint, sacred radiance, accompanied by the subtle sound of cracking. Crack, crack, crack. As the cracking sounds continued to echo, tiny fissures began to appear on the cocoon. When the fissures spread densely across its surface, the entire cocoon suddenly split apart, emitting an endless torrent of dazzling, sacred white light that illuminated the entire cave mansion. Brother, amidst the sacred and dazzling radiance, a voice filled with joy resounded. Bai Ling appeared standing in the midst of the luminescence, her graceful and alluring figure as snow-white and smooth as jade. Her silky black hair cascaded down to her waist and hips, while her complexion bore a striking harmony of black and white hues. Her delicate and pure features, paired with her enchanting and curvaceous figure, seemed more refined and mature than before, radiating an irresistible beauty. The most noticeable change, however, was the disappearance of the white golden scales previously on her skin. Sir the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Her skin was now soft and smooth like that of an ordinary person, glimmering faintly as if dusted with pearl powder. It was luminous and pinkish, exuding an unparalleled allure. Brother, I'm pregnant. Bai Ling's soft and graceful figure embraced Lu Changxing, her misty eyes resembling blooming peach blossoms, brimming with excitement. Pregnant? Upon hearing this, Lu Changxing was also pleasantly surprised. Earlier, after they had mostly expended the effects of the yin-yang integration spirit pill, Bai Ling had suddenly fallen into slumber, forming a cocoon, which had made him worry she might not have conceived. If she hadn't conceived, the yin-yang integration spirit pill would have been wasted. Now, hearing Bai Ling's words, his heart finally settled, filled with anticipation for the birth of this child. Come, let me take a look. Lu Changxing smiled and lightly touched Bai Ling's smooth and flat abdomen. He felt that her skin was incredibly delicate and soft, providing an indescribable sensation. A moment later, he could sense a faint trace of life from within Bai Ling's abdomen. Since it had been conceived only recently, he could not discern any distinct characteristics of this life form. Additionally, the yin-yang integration spirit pill within Bai Ling's body had not been fully metabolized. A portion of its medicinal power would be consumed gradually as the fetus developed, nourishing the unborn child. Linger, was that a bloodline awakening just now? Lu Changxing gazed at the exquisite, pure beauty of Bai Ling before him and asked in a gentle tone. Bai Ling nodded joyously. She explained that under the stimulation of the yin-yang integration spirit pill's power, the strength of her bloodline had been awakened, allowing her to inherit certain aspects of the bloodline's legacy. Included in the legacy was a cultivation technique. Moreover, she instinctively gained control over her Bodhist demonization. This involved the serpent scales that surfaced on her skin. Bloodline inheritance? Demonization? Lu Changxing was slightly astonished upon hearing this. He hadn't anticipated that Bai Ling's bloodline awakening would grant her a bloodline inheritance. Typically, only demon beasts that had ascended to the third-rank demon king level could awaken their bloodline inheritance or obtain innate divine abilities. Bai Ling had merely possessed a trace of the demon race's bloodline. Under such circumstances, bloodline inheritance should have been extremely difficult to achieve. However, this indirectly indicated that Bai Ling's bloodline was far from ordinary. It was highly likely, as Hong Lian had mentioned, to be a true spirit bloodline. Little Linger, do you have any knowledge of the bloodline inside you? Lu Changsheng asked, his curiosity piqued. I think it's called Bai Shi. Bai Ling replied hesitantly. Her bloodline inheritance was incomplete, offering only sparse information. Bai Shi. Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, unfamiliar with this demon beast. He planned to ask Hong Lian about it later. Next, he inquired about the cultivation technique included in Bai Ling's bloodline inheritance. He wanted to determine the grade of this technique. Brother, the cultivation technique is called the Immortal Rhapsody Manual. Bai Ling, facing Lu Changsheng, naturally withheld nothing and spoke candidly about this inherited technique. Immortal Rhapsody Manual? Lu Changsheng expressed mild surprise, feeling that the name didn't resemble a demon race cultivation technique. Through Bai Ling's detailed explanation, he learned that it was an uncommon path of music cultivation technique, specializing in sound-based spells. Grade-wise, it seemed to fall somewhere between peripheral sect level and orthodox level. However, the manual could only be cultivated up to the 4th rank, resembling a prelude technique to another advanced one. Perhaps, when Bai Ling reached a certain level of cultivation and her bloodline awakened further, she might obtain a continuation of the manual or an upgraded version of it. Tisk, bloodline inheritance from the demon race truly is considerate. Even with partial bloodline awakening, one can gain access to such a top-tier technique. Lu Changsheng commented in amazement. Although he possessed numerous cultivation techniques ranging from peripheral sect level to orthodox level, and even true immortal level techniques, for most cultivators, peripheral sect level techniques already qualified as top-tier. Bai Ling was still at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, with just partial bloodline awakening, she had obtained a top-tier technique. Should the bloodline continue to awaken and even reactivate ancestral traits, she might acquire techniques of profound mystery level or even true immortal level in the future. Merely this inherited technique was enough for Lu Changsheng to realize how extraordinary Bai Ling's Bai Shi bloodline truly was. It was undoubtedly a true spirit-level bloodline. Brother, while I was sleeping, my cultivation technique automatically converted into the Immortal Rhapsody Manual. From now on, I won't be able to help you raise snakes or fish anymore. At this point, Bai Ling lightly pursed her red lips and spoke with a hint of sadness. She had always wanted to assist Lu Changsheng, to do something for him. Previously, Lu Changsheng had entrusted her with nurturing the Blackwater Jiaolong Dao troops and raising demon beasts, tasks she diligently performed. This gave her a sense of being needed. However, now that her cultivation technique had automatically transformed into the Immortal Rhapsody Manual, she could no longer utilize Black Dragon power to cultivate Dao soldiers. It's fine. As for the Dao soldiers, I'll assign the task to someone else later. Little Linger, you're pregnant now, so you need to rest more. Lu Changsheng dismissed the concern without hesitation, chuckling as he spoke, lifting Bai Ling's soft and warm delicate figure and sitting down beside her. Currently, aside from Lu Pingan, a few of their other children had cultivated the Black Dragon Codex. As long as they broke through Foundation establishment, they could use mana to cultivate the Blackwater Jiaolong Dao troops. Bai Ling happily nestled into Lu Changsheng's arms, gently touching her flat abdomen, still immersed in the joy of pregnancy. Finally, she had her own baby. Looking at her tender and rosy skin, Bai Ling timidly murmured, "Brother, if you prefer Linger's original appearance, Linger can transform back." Although Lu Changsheng didn't mind the scales on her body, her childhood experiences had left her uneasy about these scales. She worried whether Lu Changsheng's usual reassurances were sincere or merely to comfort her. Now that she could freely demonize and control the manifestation of the scales, she was thrilled. "Linger, no matter your appearance, brother likes you just the same." Lu Changsheng smiled, pinching her smooth cheek as he replied. He couldn't deny that Bai Ling's skin felt utterly divine. "Father, Sister Linger, would you like to play games?" At that moment, Binger, acting as the proverbial third wheel, saw the two embracing flirtatiously and spoke, her clear and innocent eyes twinkling. Ah! Bai Ling's flawless cheeks immediately turned crimson upon hearing this. Since Binger suggests it, little linger, let's accompany her for a while. Seeing Bai Ling's reaction, Lu Changxing let his hand trail across her smooth and supple figure, smiling slightly as he replied in a gentle tone. During the game, Lu Changxing remembered Bai Ling's demonization ability and asked her to transform back to her original appearance. Not because of anything else. He simply wanted to affirm his previous compliments on her demonized look. Bai Ling's graceful and alluring figure was soon covered in a thin layer of glimmering scales. These scales resembled her original ones but were more refined and sophisticated. Upon hearing Bai Ling mention that the scales could originate at will across her body, Lu Changxing made a request for her to alter them as he saw fit. A moment later, Bai Ling, who was already enchanting, now wrapped in a faint veil of crystalline scales, had her allure reach an utterly irresistible peak. When Bai Ling activated her demonization ability to the fullest extent, her scaled skin transformed into a set of crystalline armor imbued with luminous brilliance. This armor was exceptional. Its defensive prowess was nearly equivalent to Foundation Establishment peak. Lu Changxing couldn't help but marvel internally, this wasn't just an awakened ability. This was undoubtedly an innate divine skill. Yet Bai Ling's gentle personality meant that, even with such an extraordinary ability, she wouldn't seek conflict. After all, once the games ended, Lu Changxing took the exhausted Bai Ling and Binger to bed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1261, The Zhang Family of Little Kong Mountain. This is a Foundation Establishment family, located near the Luoyun mountain range, with no presence in the Jiang country cultivation realm. At this moment, in the forbidden grounds of the Zhang family, within a small courtyard. Emissary, according to information from the Heaven Knowledge Tower, the four great immortal sects are about to open the Tianyuan secret realm, allowing some core disciples to enter and gain insights from the heavenly steel. Aside from sect disciples, the four great immortal sects will also release some quotas for the family forces under their governance. An elder about 50 years old, prostrated on the ground and spoke respectfully. So they are going to open it up. In the loft of the small courtyard, a beautiful woman in her 30s, with a transcendent and dazzling appearance, sat gracefully on an exquisite chaise. Upon hearing this, her long and narrow phoenix eyes slightly narrowed. Is there an approximate time? She wore a purple misty gauze long dress, her figure alluring and magnificent, indescribably beautiful. Her voluptuous and jade-like long legs crossed, with one draped in a purple starry sand flowing stiletto heel. With a face of nonchalance, she gazed at the cup of tea in her hand, her alabaster fingers gently stirring the floating crystalline tea leaves. She spoke softly. Sar the Nellfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even though her voice was calm and indifferent, as if rejecting people from 1,000 miles away, it still exuded a bone-deep allure, making one desire to witness celestial beauty. To reply to the emissary, the Heaven Knowledge Tower only has news of this aspect, but the four great immortal sects have yet to determine the timing information. The elder prostrated on the ground and spoke respectfully, not daring to raise his head, fearing to desecrate the lady in the loft. It seems the Heavenly Sword sect has already set a heaven and earth net, and now opening the secret realm is just waiting for people to take the bait. This woman was none other than Nangong Meili, who came to the Jiang country. For more than half a year, she had been observing the situation of the Tianyuan secret realm at the Luoyun mountain range. She had long understood that the Tianyuan secret realm had almost been swept clean by the four great immortal sects of Jiang country. Now hearing the news that the four great immortal sects were preparing to open the secret realm, she immediately realized this was setting a trap, waiting for people to enter. However, this is how the cultivation world works. As long as there are opportunities tempting enough, even though many know this is a heaven and earth net laid by the four great immortal sects, they will still charge in. Sect core disciples, family forces under governance. Nangong Meili took a gentle sip of tea, leaving a crimson mark on the cup with her luscious red lips, her lips curved with a subtle smile. Continue to pay attention to information in this regard. Has there been any recent movement in Azure Phoenix Immortal City? Nangong Meili continued to inquire. A year ago, the newly appointed City Lord of Azure Phoenix Immortal City, White Peak Immortal, was killed by a demonic path cultivator. Although this event has yet to spread completely, it is not a secret. She had been paying attention to this matter, hoping to guess which faction was responsible through the subsequent movements of Azure Phoenix Immortal City, judging whether this event would affect the Tianyuan's secret realm. To reply to the emissary, there has been no major change in Azure Phoenix Immortal City, the elders spoke respectfully. Saying this, he took out a jade slip from the storage bag, holding it with both hands, and said, "Sir, recently there has been a piece of news regarding the Blue Lake Mountain Lu family that you asked me to pay attention to." Blue Lake Mountain Lu family? Nangong Meili's phoenix eyes were long and narrow, outlined with a faint eyeshadow, cold and exquisite, her slender hands lightly lifted, making the jade slip held by the elder land in her hand. Third-rank talisman master, eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Pingon. Nangong Meili looked at the information on the jade slip, her brows frowned slightly, with some surprise and doubt. She was not surprised by Lu Changsheng's promotion to a third-rank talisman master, but rather surprised at Lu Pingan's age and combat power. A while ago, she learned about Lu Wangshu and the Red Leaf Valley market through the elder. So now seeing Lu Pingan's situation, she deeply realized something was off with Lu Changsheng. The children he bore were all too extraordinary. Lu Pingan, Lu Wangshu, Lu Qingshan, and her own daughter, Nangong Yaoyao. Moreover, besides their exceptional talent, she also sensed a combat power issue. As a nascent soul immortal, she understood clearly, for a cultivator to harness their talent, potential, and combat power far beyond their peers, the importance of wealth, companions, dharma, and land is paramount. In fact, one could say, the importance of wealth, companions, dharma, and land surpasses that of spiritual root talent. Many loose cultivators, family forces, even if they had children with extraordinary talent, lacked the resources to nurture them into success, so they could only send them to the immortal sects. Like the Blue Lake Mountain Lu family. Besides land, they are far from wealth, companions, and dharma. After all, as the Heaven Spider emissary of the Five Poisons cult, governing many marketplaces and family forces, Nangong Meili is well aware that these family forces' annual earnings are unlikely to have much surplus wealth. Companions, besides Dao companions and like-minded friends, also include teachers, etc. But what talent could a small foundation establishment family have? Surrounded by a group of bumpkins, what could be achieved from influence? As for the last dharma, it is also the most important point. Even with a heavenly spiritual root, without a good compatible cultivation technique, the cultivation speed and combat power might not even match that of a top-grade spiritual root. And a foundation establishment family is impossible to have any top-level technique inheritance. Even a nascent soul noble family would have at most 1 or 2 advanced level cultivation technique inheritances, which might not even suit their descendants. So, whether it is Lu Pingan or Lu Wangshu, neither seems to be nurtured by a small foundation establishment family. And judging by the combat power of the two, it is evident the cultivation technique inheritance is uncommon, and there is instruction, not mere individual cultivation. Based on these points, Nangong Meili realized there is a big problem, with Blue Lake Mountain. Lu Changsheng. Nangong Meili's phoenix eyes gleamed with a cold light, knowing that these matters are all related to Lu Changsheng. Through the past half a year, the more she learned about Lu Changsheng, the more she felt he was not simple, as if shrouded in a layer of mystery. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1262. But because of this, she became increasingly determined to uncover the mystery that surrounded Lu Changsheng. When the time comes to go to buy Lake Mountain, I must be extra cautious, Nangong Meili murmured inwardly, her vigilance toward Lu Changsheng rising another notch. After all, the man was not only audacious enough to nurture golden core charm for others, but could also produce rare treasures like the misty sky bead. Now, various signs were pointing to the fact that he was far from ordinary, forcing her to keep her guard up. Otherwise, if she miscalculated and fell into his trap, wouldn't that be, oof? No matter what, he is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he possesses false core level strength, or techniques comparable to core formation, as long as I tread carefully, it won't matter. Nangong Meili stood up resolutely, her figure graceful and enchanting, dressed in a flowing purple mist silk dress. The hem swayed lightly, revealing a glimpse of her fair and slender legs, paired with sharp purple high heels. She exuded an air of elegant nobility and alluring charm. Mount Sumeru Cave Heaven. Lu Changxing gazed at Bai Ling, who was seated in meditation and cultivating. After obtaining a legacy cultivation technique, Bai Ling's cultivation speed had nearly doubled. This was truly remarkable. It was akin to elevating her original top-grade spiritual root speed to the level of an earth spirit root, or even comparable to a heavenly spiritual root. At this rate, Linger might be the fastest in the family to cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment, Lu Changxing thought to himself with deep emotion. He knew that Bai Ling's remarkable improvement in cultivation speed was not only due to the compatibility of the technique but was also connected to her recent bloodline awakening. This bloodline awakening effectively raised Bai Ling's innate talent by a whole level. But the more extraordinary Linger's bloodline, the more extraordinary the child she carries will be. I just don't know whether this child will be human or half-demon. Lu Changxing glanced at the flat belly beneath Bai Ling's white dress and pondered silently. Brother, after briefly assessing her cultivation progress, Bai Ling opened her eyes with a delighted expression, calling out cheerfully to Lu Changxing. Very good. But Linger, you're pregnant now, so there's no need to cultivate so diligently every single day. Lu Changxing said softly to Bai Ling. During the early stages of pregnancy, women could still cultivate. However, after several months, cultivation could pose some risks. Okay, Bai Ling beamed with joy and nodded earnestly. Although it was her first pregnancy, she was already well aware of the taboos surrounding it. The two walked out of Changxing Hall together, arriving at the Mount Sumeru Cave Heaven, near the Peachwood Spirit Womb. Hong Lian. Lu Changxing asked Hong Lian whether she had ever heard of a true spirit named Bai Shi. Bai Shi? Hong Lian pondered for a moment before replying that she hadn't heard of such a true spirit. It wasn't that the true spirit didn't exist. Rather, information about true spirits was incredibly scarce. Aside from certain Zhenling families, or forces that had served true spirits, others had little access to such information. Most people could only glean a fragmented understanding from the brief snippets found in ancient texts. All right. Lu Changxing didn't mind the reply. The less information there was, the more mysterious the true spirit seemed, an indicator of how extraordinary it might be. Linger, just focus on nurturing the child. Don't mind these matters. If you feel unwell at any point, let me know immediately. Lu Changxing reassured Bai Ling gently, noticing her slight worry. Soon, the two made their way to the Lu family mansion. Bai Ling joyfully shared the news of her pregnancy with Ling Zixiao, Lu Miaoyun, and Chu Zhenjin. Linger, congratulations. Linger, congratulations to you. The other women immediately congratulated Bai Ling upon hearing the news. After years of living together, they had grown fond of the shy and timid young woman. They knew she had always longed to bear descendants for her husband. Yet all these years she had been unable to conceive. Now, upon learning that Bai Ling was finally pregnant, they were sincerely happy for her. Just as Lu Changxing was chatting with his wives and concubines, Lu Xingyang arrived to report some news. The Sima family had sent people. So the Sima family finally sent someone, huh? Ling Zixiao, dressed in a lake blue gown, her demeanor poised and elegant, commented. The feud between the two families had become a widely discussed topic. Though the Lu family hadn't taken the initiative to contact the Sima family, the latter could hardly ignore the matter regarding Sima Tong. Father, the people from the Sima family have arrived along with representatives from the Qingyun sect. Lu Xingyang continued. Qingyun sect. Lu Miaoyun and Chu Zhenjun were visibly surprised upon hearing this. Although the Sima family had influence within the Qingyun sect, this conflict was, without doubt, caused by the Sima family. Why should the Qingyun sect get involved? It might be due to Pingan's false core combat prowess and husband status as a third-rank talisman master. Ling Zixiao explained calmly. Ordinary families usually wouldn't attract Qingyun sect's attention. Sia the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But once a family reached a certain level of strength, such as having multiple top-tier foundation establishment cultivators or false core-level warriors, the Qingyun sect would begin to take notice. There was even a belief that when a family's power reached those heights, it was almost obligatory to seek a faction within the Qingyun sect as a patron or ally. Furthermore, if a family produced a third-rank talisman master, even the Qingyun sect would consider extending an olive branch, inviting them to become a guest elder. With both the Qingyun sect and Sima family representatives arriving together, it's likely they're here as mediators. Ling Zixiao smiled gracefully as she continued. Since they've come, let's meet them. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, joining Ling Zixiao to greet the guests. Moments later, the two entered the reception hall. Inside, a man and a woman were seated. The man appeared to be about 30 years old, with a heroic and commanding presence. He possessed 9th-layer foundation establishment cultivation. The woman was around 27 or 28 years old, her features serene and refined, with 6th-layer foundation establishment cultivation. Greetings to Mountain Lord Lu and Lady Lu. I am Song Cheng, a disciple of Qingyun sect's Red Sun Peak. The man stood up promptly upon seeing Lu Changxing and Ling Zixiao, offering a respectful fist and palm salute. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1263, Sima Chihua. The woman spoke up, but her face was expressionless, even somewhat indifferent. Greetings, Daoist Song. I wonder what brings Daoist Song and Daoist Sima to Mai by Lake Mountain? Lu Changxing and Ling Zixiao sat aside, smiling as he asked. It's like this. My master heard of Lord Lu's advancement to a third-rank talisman master, so he sent me to convey congratulations and to inquire if Lord Lu would like to serve as a visiting noble servant at our Red Sun Peak. Song Chung took out an exquisite gift box from his storage bag and handed it to Lu Changxing, speaking courteously. Daoist Song, you're too kind. Red Sun Peak? Your master is? Lu Changxing did not immediately accept the gift. He narrowed his eyes and asked, My master is real person Qiang. Song Cheng spoke, a trace of arrogance showing on his face. Being a disciple of a nascent soul immortal was indeed something to be proud of. Ah, a disciple of real person Qiang. I'm honored. Lu Changsheng offered a slight bow of his hands. He was aware of the names of Qingyun sect's nascent soul immortals, but apart from knowing that Kaiyun True Immortal had 2 disciples, he wasn't sure about the others. My lord, if I'm not mistaken, Sima Chihua is also a disciple of Red Sun Peak. This person probably didn't come on behalf of Qingyun sect, but Red Sun Peak acting as a mediator. At this time, the elegant Ling Zixiao, gently sipping her tea, transmitted her divine sense to Lu Changxing. Lu Changxing has only recently advanced to 3rd rank in the talisman path and is not yet proficient, so I'm afraid the position of visiting noble servant might not appeal to the real person's discerning eye. Lu Changxing voiced his gentle refusal. He could also see that they were not simply recruiting him and likely were trying to act as a mediator, as Ling Zixiao mentioned. If he were to accept this offer, the matters to follow would probably be difficult to refuse. Moreover, he had heard Xianxia mention that Kaiyun True Immortal seemed to have some enmity with real person Qiang's Dao companion. When they encountered an ambush back then, it was possibly orchestrated by them. Lord Lu's talent in the talisman path, Song had long heard of it. Moreover, my master personally inquired about this matter, and promises that as long as Lord Lu is willing to come to our Red Sun Peak as a visiting noble servant, not only will you gain access to our sect's 3rd rank talisman path inheritance. In the future, if Lord Lu wishes to break through to false core, our Red Sun lineage can provide a suitable third-rank demon core. Song Cheng, detecting Lu Changsheng's words of gentle refusal, continued to speak with sincerity. As for core formation resources like coagulation crystal elixir, he didn't even bring them up. After all, the coagulation crystal elixir, even within Qingyun sect, had to be competed for by true disciples. How could it be given to outsiders? Let me consider this matter first. Lu Changsheng continued to voice his gentle refusal. Even if he truly wanted to serve as a visiting noble servant in Qingyun sect, he would undoubtedly choose Kaiyun Peak, not Red Sun Peak. All right, then Lord Lu should take your time to consider it. Seeing Lu Changsheng reject him like this, Song Cheng's face became less gracious and more cold. After all, in his eyes, no matter how impressive Bai Lake Mountain was, it was merely a dog under Qingyun sect's rule. His master, under the words of his mistress, personally inquired about this matter and was even willing to offer an olive branch and promise benefits. Yet, Lu Changsheng outright refused. Simply ungrateful. In addition to the visiting noble servant matter, this trip of songs is also for my junior sister's family affairs, intending to resolve the enmity between Lord Lu and the Xuanwu Ridge Sima family. Song Cheng spoke, continuing the conversation. Resolve enmity? Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao, upon hearing these words, exchanged glances, noting to themselves that they had expected this. I didn't expect this Taoist Sima to hail from Xuanwu Ridge. Lu Changsheng looked at Sima Chihua and said with a smile. Then looking at Song Cheng, he continued, the enmity between the two families originated from the Sima family. Since Taoist Song has spoken, my Bai Lake Mountain also doesn't wish to take things too far. As long as the Sima family is willing to compensate my Bai Lake Mountain accordingly, the matter would naturally come to an end. Sitting next to them, Sima Chihua, upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, immediately clenched her hands within her sleeves. Her family not only had their patriarch captured but also lost 4 nascent soul seeds and a foundation establishment elder. Especially this said elder, who was her direct uncle. But now, in Lu Changsheng's casual tone, it seemed as if he was lenient and unwilling to push things too far. I would like to know what compensation Lord Lu desires? Sima Chihua suppressed her inward fury and spoke up. Though she had asked her master to intervene in such matters, her master wasn't going to come personally. Thus, this recruitment trip took place. On one hand, Lu Changsheng indeed was a talent, and Bai Lake Mountain's current strength was worth recruiting by Qingyun sect. On the other hand, bringing him to Red Sun Peak could better resolve the enmity between the two families. Of course, the compensation to resolve this enmity still needed to come from her Sima family. Regarding compensation, Lu Changsheng glanced at Ling Zixiao and deliberated slightly. 500,000 spirit stones, 1 spirit land, 30 store spaces in the marketplace at my Bai Lake Mountain's choice, and the opening of all trading posts with a sworn promise not to retaliate against my Bai Lake Mountain for 100 years. He had discussed this with Ling Zixiao earlier and had gathered some information from Patriarch Sima with the 6 Desires Heart Demon technique. Therefore, while the compensation seemed ample, it was within the Sima family's capacity to bear. However, for the Sima family, this would be like a bloodletting, severely damaging their vitality afterward. This is impossible. Sima Chihua immediately spoke, her voice somewhat sharp. Even though she had been at Qingyun sect for a long time, she knew that her family could never agree to such compensation. This compensation was enough to nurture a false core immortal, or even support someone in attempting core formation. Moreover, she asked her master to intervene in hopes of minimizing the compensation. Not to mention, her family would also have to reward her master afterwards. Is Lord Lu joking around here? The matter of my junior sister was personally inquired about by my master, who does not wish for it to escalate. Song Cheng's face darkened slightly and he spoke up. Although his master didn't give him many details, merely sending him on this trip, his mistress had instructed him to handle this matter well. Is Taoist Song representing Qingyun sect or representing Red Sun Peak? Lu Changsheng detected a hint of threat in the words, his handsome face carrying a trace of coldness as he spoke calmly and indifferently. Lu Changsheng has never been fond of being threatened. At this moment, a mere foundation establishment cultivator was putting on airs in front of him? If not for being at home and seeing him as a disciple of Qingyun sect, he would have smacked him to death long ago. Song is representing Red Sun Peak, but also represents Qingyun sect. Song Cheng fixed his gaze on Lu Changsheng, with a hint of coldness in his eyes, lacking the previous politeness. If you're representing Qingyun sect, then show me a decree. If there's no decree, please leave. Knowing the purpose of their visit, Lu Changsheng couldn't be bothered with niceties anymore. After all, the situation won't make any further progress by continuing the conversation. It's better to wait for someone from the Sima family who truly holds authority to arrive. As for Qingyun sect, Red Sun Peak, S.E.A. the Novelier, N.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He could simply call for reinforcement. Having core formation cultivation now, he wouldn't need to ask this Kaiyun true immortal for anything major. It's better to request a minor favor from her. And it happens to be through this matter, showcasing an external connection with Qingyun sect, thereby adding a layer of intimidation. So, your family has backing in Qingyun sect, huh? Well, Lu here focuses on forging good relationships long before establishing a family, already having connections within Qingyun sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1264, Lu Changsheng, don't be so shameless. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Song Cheng's expression instantly changed, becoming as dark as water. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Changsheng's reputation preceded him, and that this was by Lake Mountain, he would have acted out on the spot. The two of them had come bearing the verbal decree of real person Qiang. For Lu Changsheng to treat them with such disdain, it was as if he completely disregarded Red Sun Peak and his master, real person Qiang. A newly risen false core family, even with Lu Changsheng, a third-rank talisman master, was still nothing more than a dog in the eyes of Qingyun sect. Leave. Lu Changsheng said plainly, holding a teacup in hand, his expression calm and indifferent, displaying not the slightest courtesy. These words caused Song Cheng to smash the table with one palm, rising abruptly, intent on taking action, but Sima Chihua quickly pulled back her senior brother. While she did indeed relish the thought of her senior brother and Lu Changsheng clashing in a fierce fight, today's primary goal was still to rescue her family's patriarch. If things escalated too far, it would be difficult to resolve. Moreover, their master was not known to be the kind of overbearing person. If word got out that they had initiated hostility and acted aggressively, they would lose the moral high ground. Fine, don't say I didn't warn you. Sarch * the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Song Cheng's face was dark, his tone sharp and biting as he said, "Since Master Lu refuses to show respect to Red Sun Peak, I will report this matter truthfully to my master." As a disciple of a nascent soul immortal, he held an important position in Qingyun sect. Normally, which patriarch of a family did not greet him with utmost reverence upon seeing him? Now, Lu Changsheng, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, dared to treat him this way. It truly infuriated him to the point of steaming. After saying this, he left the hall swiftly with Sima Chihua. At least they have some sense. Lu Changsheng watched the pair leave, lightly sipping his tea. For someone like Lu Changsheng who had cultivated for so long, such attitudes hardly provoked much anger. Responding in this way was partly because there was truly nothing worth talking about, and he couldn't be bothered to feign politeness. On the other hand, he also didn't mind the matter escalating if it meant drawing stronger allies into the fray. If the Sima family invited intervention from Red Sun Peak's figures, even a nascent soul immortal, and his own side was still able to handle them, wouldn't that demonstrate the strength of his backing? Would my lord like me to send word to Xianxia? Ling Zixiao asked, somewhat surprised by Lu Changsheng's actions. Still, she didn't dwell on it too much. She knew Lu Changsheng surely had his own reasoning behind everything he did. I'll pay Qingyun sect a visit myself. It's time to establish solid backing within Qingyun sect. Lu Changxing said with a smile. Backing? Ling Zixiao was slightly surprised upon hearing this. She knew her lord already had connections in Qingyun's sect, Xianxia and Zhao Qingqing, but did he have others? For someone to be considered true backing, strong enough to oppose real person Qiang, it could only be another nascent soul immortal. Could it be? Ling Zixiao's thoughts turned to her lord's history of romantic entanglements, and she revealed an expression of subtle contemplation in her beautiful eyes. Lu Changxing didn't offer further explanations. He activated the fate-defying robe, his figure immediately merging with the void and vanishing completely. Senior brother, I heard Lu Changxing is close friends with Xianxia of Kaiyun Peak. For him to act so arrogantly, it must be because he's relying on his relations with Xianxia. As Sima Qiuhua and Song Cheng left by Lake Mountain, she remarked. Sima Qiuhua had long investigated Lu Changsheng's connections within Qingyun sect, gaining insights into his ties. She knew that he had a Dao companion, a brother-in-law, and this layer of relations with Xianxia. However, Zhao Qingqing and Xia Zhayang were insignificant in their eyes. Only Xianxia warranted their attention. After all, Xianxia wasn't just a true disciple of Qingyun sect. She had the talent for core formation and was backed by masters and senior sisters who were all nascent soul immortals. Such standing and influence were far beyond what either of them could compare to. Now that Qing Yi Fairy is overseeing matters in the Tianyuan secret realm and Kaiyun True Immortal has been secluded for some time, even if he asks junior sister Xia to mediate, what good will it do? Does junior sister Xia care enough about this relationship to offend our entire Red Sun Peak by asking Kaiyun True Immortal to break her seclusion? Song Cheng said coldly. Pausing briefly, he narrowed his eyes and continued, that Lu Changxing must think he can ingratiate himself with Kaiyun Peak, but he's sorely mistaken. Although he didn't know much about Lu Changxing personally, he was certain anyone capable of rising to this level within decades couldn't be foolish enough to provoke Red Sun Peak without reason. Such an attitude today must serve some hidden agenda. And the prior grudge between his master and Kaiyun True Immortal, causing discord between the two factions, was no secret. Thus, his first guess was that Lu Changsheng's refusal was an attempt to curry favor with Xianxia and Kaiyun Peak. That Lu Changxing is nothing but a philandering opportunist. He's probably harboring feelings for Xianxia and trying to get into her good graces. Sima Qiuhua scoffed disdainfully, her tone frosty. Though she couldn't deny Lu Changsheng's strikingly handsome features, which were rare to behold in her lifetime, during the brief interaction just now, she noted his complete disinterest in her, coupled with an attitude she found revolting. I've heard junior sister Xia's cultivation technique requires her to forget love and sever ties to emotions. His efforts are destined to be wasted. Moreover, what kind of person is junior sister Xia? She is the nine heavens divine phoenix, destined to achieve core formation in the future. Lu Changxing may have some fortunate encounters, but he's still just a frog in a well. Where would he find the qualifications? Song Cheng sneered contemptuously. Years ago, he too had tried to pursue Xianxia, but his master had revealed certain secrets, leading him to realize such attempts were futile. Don't worry, junior sister, I will report this matter truthfully to master and mistress. Song Cheng said, glancing at Sima Qiuhua. I'll leave it to you, senior brother. After this matter is resolved, I will certainly reward you handsomely. Sima Qiuhua replied with a charming smile, her voice soft and gentle. Although Song Cheng showed little prospect of forming a true elixir, with his identity as a disciple of real person Qiang, achieving a false core in the future was certainly within reach. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1265. And she fell short in many aspects. To break through to false core, she must rely on family support. Junior sister, you are too courteous. Song Cheng returned to his usual refined and gentle demeanor, speaking with a smile. His assistance to Sima Qiuhua during this trip was partly out of respect for his master's wife and also for the sake of the Sima family's reputation. If this matter was handled well, it would be akin to the Sima family owing him a great favor. Tisk! In the void, Lu Changxing watched the departing duo. He thought to himself that the two were not fools. They understood that his daring attitude earlier must be backed by some form of confidence. Unfortunately, my confidence is not Xianxia. Lu Changxing chuckled lightly. If his backing were solely Xianxia, he wouldn't have acted this way. Perhaps he would have feigned politeness with the other party. In the Qingyun region, or strictly speaking within the Jiang country cultivation realm's framework, unless one possesses absolute strength, adhering strictly to the rules can indeed feel suffocating. Lu Changxing felt a spark of melancholy in his heart. Without the connection to Kaiyun true immortal, if he didn't reveal his strength, he would indeed suffer losses in situations like this. Even though he could rely on disguise and camouflage to solve many external dangers. When it came to the suppressive rules of immortal sects like Qingyun sect and Heavenly Sword sect, he had no choice but to act within the boundaries of those rules. It's crucial to form more alliances, isn't it? If I could establish ties with nascent soul immortals from Wuxia sect, Spirit Taming sect, and Heavenly Sword sect, I wouldn't need to worry about such matters. Lu Changxing took a deep breath and exhaled long and slow, feeling that his journey was still a long way ahead. He resolved to find an opportunity to strengthen his bond with Kaiyun true immortal. This way, his family would finally enjoy peace within the Qingyun region. Lu Changxing stopped dwelling on the matter as his fate-defying robe radiated an invisible glow, propelling him toward Qingyun sect. Stopping 100 miles outside Qingyun sect, Lu Changxing adjusted his attire briefly and retrieved a jade pendant. Although his connection with Kaiyun true immortal was unique, it wasn't appropriate for him to directly enter Qingyun sect for a formal visit. He couldn't exactly say to Xianxia, "Shiyu, I have some business with your master," could he? Thus, he opted to use the jade pendant given to him years ago by Yun Wanxia, the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As Lu Changxing imbued the jade pendant in his hand with mana, rays of resplendent light shimmered around it instantly. Qingyun sect. At Kaiyun Peak, inside an opulent palace, Yun Wanxiang sat cross-legged, her eyes closed elegantly, surrounded by delicate threads of radiant glow, exuding a profound and mystic aura. At this moment, as though sensing something, her eyes suddenly opened. She gently raised her hand, and a jade pendant shimmering with cloud-like radiance appeared in her palm. Yun Wanxiang looked at the jade pendant with a hint of surprise. Although she had given the other jade pendant to Lu Changxing earlier as a means for him to summon her in life and death crises, he had never activated it. This was the first time the jade pendant had been activated. Aside from the jade pendant, she had also given Lu Changxing a token imbued with a seal of her divine skills. Now that Lu Changxing had activated the pendant, it was clearly not a matter of life or death crisis. As she injected her mana into the jade pendant in her hand, the two pendants created an intangible flow of aura, indicating that Lu Changxing was not far from her location and within range of contact. "What is the matter?" Without delay, Yun Wanxiang spoke. Her voice was clear, melodious, and carried a trace of authority befitting someone of her stature. "This pendant can transmit voice?" On the other side, Lu Changxing was startled to hear Yun Wanxiang's voice coming from the jade pendant. He had studied the pendant before and understood it was an exotic treasure capable of concealing aura and enabling mutual sensing. However, he had not delved deep enough to discover its ability to transmit spoken messages. "Senior, I have a matter I would like to request your assistance with." Knowing Yun Wanxiang's straightforward nature, Lu Changxing decided not to beat around the bush and spoke directly. "Speak." The pendant transmitted Yun Wanxiang's crystalline, jewel-like voice. "Damn, this woman's so cold." Lu Changxing muttered inwardly. However, he was well aware of her temperament, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. At once, he spoke with a slightly aggrieved tone. "Senior, my family business has been building for years. Recently, we established a trade caravan to earn spirit stones through commerce. Who would have thought that the Xuanwu Ridge Sima family, barbaric and unreasonable, would try to oppress my family? They forbade us from conducting trade and even sent people to ambush us. Get to the point." Yun Wanxiang's voice resounded. My son captured and suppressed the Sima family patriarch, Sima Tong, but the Sima family invited real person Qiang to intervene and sent disciples to my family. Lu Changxing explained immediately. Captured Sima Tong and Qiang intervened? Yun Wansheng, upon hearing this, expressed a mix of surprise and confusion. She naturally knew that Sima Tong of Xuanwu Ridge was a false core immortal. If this false core immortal was subdued by Lu Changxing, she could still understand. But now, Lu Changxing claimed it was his son who subdued him? However, she didn't inquire further and said flatly, "How do you wish to handle this?" That depends on whatever is most convenient for you, senior. If possible, as long as the Sima family offers sufficient compensation, it'll be willing to let bygones be bygones. Lu Changxing replied. All right, I understand. As soon as those words fell, Lu Changxing sensed the intangible aura from the pendant cut off. She's that cold? Lu Changxing felt speechless. He hadn't even mentioned the compensation specifics. Nonetheless, since Kaiyun True Immortal spoke so decisively, he presumed she would not shortchange him. Looking toward the direction of Qingyun sect, Lu Changxing thought about how it had been a while since he'd properly spent time with Xianxia and Zhao Qingqing. Now that he was already here, it was natural to pay them a visit, as well as check up on his children, brother-in-law, and Han Lin. Meanwhile, after Yun Wansheng put away the jade pendant, she spread her nascent soul divine sense and transmitted her voice to a woman in a courtyard outside her palace. Jinxiu, go to Luowang Hall and fetch recent intelligence regarding events in the Bai Lake Mountain area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1266. Yes, Peak Master. Upon hearing these words, the woman immediately responded. A moment later, the woman named Jinxiu returned to Kaiyun Peak, presenting a jade slip. Boom! The palace doors swung open with a thunderous roar, and the jade slip landed in Yun Wansheng's palm. Refinement of Foundation Establishment Elixirs. Lu Wangshu, eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Pingan, merely 61 years old, quasi-third order body refinement. Yun Wansheng scanned these records with a trace of astonishment. Lu Changxing had caused such a stir in recent years, it was no wonder he drew the attention of other family forces. However, upon noticing the specific details about Lu Pingan, her peerless beauty, as refined as jade, revealed a faint emotional movement. This information was startling. Even from her vantage point as a nascent soul immortal, the case of Lu Pingan was truly exceptional, worthy of being called a prodigious talent. As for Lu Changxing achieving third-rank talisman master, she paid it little mind. During moments of physical intimacy with Lu Changxing, she had long realized he harbored a tendency to conceal his strength. She simply refrained from probing further or exposing his secrets. Lu Qingshan, Lu Pingan, Lu Wangsh. Does Lu Changsheng's spiritual body have issues regarding fertility? Yun Wansheng stared at the jade slip in her hand, her eyes betraying a thoughtful expression. She harbored considerable disdain for Lu Changsheng's actions, regarding him as nothing more than a stud. Part of her feelings stemmed from a woman's perspective. The other aspect came from the principles of strong cultivators in this world, all focused solely on their cultivation, prioritizing detachment from worldly emotions. A man like Lu Changxing, indulging in carnal desires so recklessly and with no restraint, how could he ever accomplish the great Tao in the future? Yet now, while examining this information, she suddenly realized Lu Changxing might be walking an alternative path, a path tailor-made for him. Is there some type of spiritual body that aids in procreation, yet doesn't hinder cultivation? Yun Wansheng pondered silently. She had long suspected Lu Changxing of having a mutant spiritual root or some rare spiritual body. After all, earlier detection revealed Lu Changsheng's spiritual root was of 8th grade. But later, when she accessed his records, she discovered he had been assessed as possessing 9th grade spiritual root during his early years at Qingyun sect. An improvement in one's spiritual root was exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. Such occurrences were not impossible, though. Some mutant spiritual roots were so obscure that early detection yielded no results, or they showed low quality, only to awaken and manifest their true powers during the slow progression of cultivation. Likewise, certain spiritual bodies might exhibit similar effects, even concealing or altering the readings of spiritual roots. Xianxia, go handle the grievances between By Lake Mountain and the Sima family of Profound Martial Ridge. Ask By Lake Mountain what compensation they'd require, then bring Sima Tong to the enforcement hall and notify the Sima family to come fetch their people. After deliberating for a moment, Yun Wanshang gave the order to the woman outside and tossed her a token. Yes, Peak Master. Xianxia responded with respectful compliance. After Xianxia departed, Yun Wanshang paused briefly before taking out a jade pendant. Once the qi mechanisms intertwined, she spoke. I've sent someone to handle the matter. Make your way to Qingyun's sect. When you see Xia, explain it like this. For reasons unknown, upon saying these words, Yun Wanshang inexplicably felt like she and Lu Changxing were sneaking around behind Xiaoxia's back. Though she had acted first, an inexplicable sense of guilt toward her disciple Xiaoxia crept over her. Huff! Yun Wanshang exhaled softly, her breath carrying hints of fragrance as she gazed at the jade slip in her hands, her thoughts drifting slightly. Unbidden, memories of the soul path dreams arose, those visions where she bore a son with Lu Changxing. The connection between those eerie soul path dreams and reality seemed faintly intertwined. If Lu Changxing truly harbored some extraordinary spiritual body, capable of producing unparalleled offspring even with average women, should she bear a child with him, might it truly align with those glimpses from the soul path dreams? Yun Wanshang's expression chilled as she dispelled these unwelcome thoughts, resuming her seated meditation to nourish her golden core. Meanwhile, within a lavish palace on Red Sun Peak. Lu Changxing directly told you to leave? A dignified, elegant woman in her 30s, dressed in a green Taoist robe with her jet-black hair styled into an ornate bun, gazed at the two individuals before her and inquired. Master, we would never dare deceive you about such a matter. Sima Kua's expression was one of respect, though her eyes revealed helpless bitterness. Mistress, that Lu Changxing from By Lake Mountain and Xiaoxia are close friends. His refusal to our Red Sun Peak is likely an attempt to ingratiate himself with Kaiyun Peak and align with them, Sar the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Song Chung explained with a bow. Kaiyun Peak. Upon hearing the name, Song Kingzi's features instantly darkened with displeasure. Who within Qingyun's sect did not know of her long-standing feud with Yun Wanshang? Yun Wanshang could be tolerated, but for a mere foundation establishment cultivator from a newly risen false core family to insult her so blatantly? A little foundation establishment cultivator does not have the privilege of choice or refusal in such matters. Song Qingji reprimanded coldly. Her stake in this issue wasn't solely for her disciple Sima Kua's sake. She had noticed By Lake Mountain's underlying complexities, be it Lu Changxing or Lu Pingon, both appeared to possess extraordinary fortuity. Were she to pursue this fortuity outright, it would be improper and unsightly. However, if By Lake Mountain aligned with her Red Sun lineage, this fortune would inevitably fall into her grasp. To her dismay, not only had By Lake Mountain rejected her invitation, but they had also entangled themselves with Kaiyun Peak. I shall see where this Lu Changxing finds such audacity. Song Qingji rose to her feet, preparing to personally visit By Lake Mountain. She would uncover the source of his boldness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1267. Song Qingji, accompanied by Song Cheng and Sima Qiuhua, stepped out of the palace and prepared to head to By Lake Mountain to demand justice. Lu Changxing. As the three approached the mountain gate, Song Cheng and Sima Qiuhua suddenly spotted a man in a green robe not far away. The man was strikingly handsome, exuding a demeanor as elegant and unworldly as a lofty pine tree swaying in the wind. Their expressions froze momentarily. They hadn't expected that shortly after their own return, Lu Changxing would show up at Qingyun's sect as well. This affirmed their suspicion. Lu Changxing must have come here to seek an audience with Xianxia. Xianxia. Song Qing immediately turned to address his master's wife, Song Qingji, respectfully. So he is Lu Changxing? Song Qingzi's black hair was elegantly coiled into a jeweled bun, and she wore a loose-fitting green Taoist robe that did little to conceal her voluptuous and perfectly proportioned figure. Upon hearing Song Cheng's words, her gaze, resembling the tranquil clarity of autumn lake water, swept toward the man. Dressed in a green robe, with an incomparably handsome face and a poised bearing akin to a noble orchid or a jade tree swaying gracefully, Lu Changxing stood there serene and at ease. A faint ripple stirred in her eyes. She had heard of Lu Changxing's reputation before and knew of his existence, but she had never seen him in person. Now, looking at him in the flesh, he appeared so ethereal, like a banished immortal who had stepped out from the pages of a painting. Her heart couldn't help but stir with a sense of amazement and a faint tremor of excitement. It wasn't as if she had never seen a good-looking person before. In the cultivation world, individuals with remarkable beauty were a dime a dozen. But Lu Changxing was not only strikingly handsome, he carried an inexplicably magnetic aura. Just looking at him was enough to make her feel a faint intoxication, as if bathed in the gentle breeze of spring, stirring within her an instinctive goodwill and sense of closeness. So much so that the anger she had felt moments ago at the prospect of questioning him over grievances all but dissipated while taking in his elegant aura, comparable to pine trees and verdant cypresses. Looking at him now, Song Qingji instinctively chose to believe that such a person could not have bad intentions. She began suspecting that her apprentice and Song Qing might have exaggerated their tale and twisted the facts to inflame her temper. After all, she was well aware of the personalities of the two. Though they wouldn't dare outright lie to her, their arrogance toward a minor family under their jurisdiction probably played no small part in making a mountain out of a molehill. Even Sima Qiuhua, gazing at Lu Changxing, found herself momentarily dazed. She had recently met Lu Changxing at Bai Lake Mountain. She had to admit, he was undeniably a rare specimen of male beauty. Sia the Novfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But no matter how extraordinary he had seemed back then, he now looked even more transcendent, dazzling beyond compare, leaving an impression so captivating that all dislike or aversion she once harbored for him melted away as though they had never existed. What's going on? Is this some kind of bewitching technique? A sudden pang of unease struck Sima Kua's heart, leading her to consider the possibility that she might have been enspelled by Lu Changxing's art of seduction. Yet upon deeper reflection, she realized there was no such spell at play. Instead, it became clear that Lu Changxing now possessed an aura so refined and refreshing it irresistibly drew people closer. Though Song Qing could sense Lu Changxing's newfound refinement and charisma, he didn't feel particularly affected. In his mind, this was merely evidence that Lu Changxing had deliberately groomed himself to come here seeking Xiaoxia. What good is a handsome face? Junior sister Xia isn't someone so shallow. Song Qing sneered internally. So, you are the infamous Lu Changxing of Bai Lake Mountain? Song Qingji stepped forward and asked Lu Changxing directly. Her flawless and graceful features bore an air of regal elegance, her arched brows reminiscent of willow branches, exuding faint traces of stately authority. Sima Qiuhua and Song Qing exchanged surprised and puzzled glances upon witnessing this scenario. What was happening? Though others might not know, the two of them were well acquainted with their master and master's wife's temperament. Ever since Song Qingzi's core formation failure, resulting in her being left with a false core, her previously steady personality had grown erratic and volatile. Just moments ago, she had been seething with rage, ready to storm Bai Lake Mountain to demand retribution. Now, with one glimpse of Lu Changxing, her demeanor had inexplicably shifted into something as placid as a spring breeze. Could this be the calm before an even greater storm? Is Xianxia perhaps at the height of her fury right now? Song Qing speculated secretly. In contrast, Sima Qiuhua glanced at Song Qingji with a peculiar expression. Internally, she mused that her Shizun master, might be preparing to let this matter slide simply because of Lu Changsheng's extraordinary appearance and demeanor. She knew her master was an ultimate face con, who had an unshakable obsession with physical beauty. Even the disciples and servants Song Qingji recruited were subject to stringent standards of appearance. "Yes, I am indeed Lu Changsheng," Lu Changsheng responded with a slight bow of courtesy toward the approaching Song Qingji. Though he didn't recognize her personally, glimpsing Song Cheng and Sima Qiuhua nearby allowed him to deduce that she must hail from Red Sun Peak. Judging by the circumstances, it was likely that they had come with the intention of causing trouble for him. However, something about her current attitude struck him as a little odd. Typically, Lu Changsheng rigorously restrained the effects of the Immortal beauty technique, peach blossom goo, and flawless heavenly fragrance body. On this particular visit, had deliberately chosen to let their effects seep through, thinking he'd need every edge to soften Yun Wanshang's aloof and guarded nature, an endeavor he already anticipated to be exceedingly difficult. To be honest, though, he hadn't utilized these abilities for years. Especially after breaking into core formation, with the peach blossom goo having ascended to the 3rd rank and the flawless heavenly fragrance body unlocking deeper effects. He himself wasn't entirely certain of the potency of his allure anymore. Judging by the reaction of the false core immortal in front of him, however, it seemed the charm factor was rather effective. Buzz. At that moment, a faint transmission from the peach blossom goo at the center of his brow surfaced. It hinted that if he handled this moment carefully, there was a fair chance for him to forge a peach blossom fate with the woman before him. "Damn it, how desperate are you?" Lu Changsheng cursed inwardly at the peach blossom goo. The parasite had only recently ascended to the 3rd rank, thanks to the lucky draw of peach blossom fortune it had absorbed from Binger. But now, advancing to the 4th rank required an astronomical amount of love fortune, something nearly impossible to estimate. The issue at hand was, this woman bore all the hallmarks of maturity in her elegant, imposing demeanor, an unmistakable noble charm exuding a maternal grace. How could he, Lu Changsheng, involve himself in such an indecent entanglement? Not to mention that juggling both Xianxia and Yun Wanshang's entangled relationships was already enough of a head-splitting problem for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1268. If I were to cause such trouble in the Qingyun sect again, I'm afraid there would be an incident. I had my disciple go to by Lake Mountain to invite Lu Mountain Lord to serve as a guest elder for our Red Sun lineage. I wonder why Lu Mountain Lord refused? Song Qingji continued to speak, her voice exuding an elegant and noble aura. My disciple? When Lu Changsheng heard these words, he paused in his heart. He immediately guessed the identity of the woman in front of him. The Dao companion of real person Xiang, Yuji real person Song Qingji. However, the other party was a false core immortal, and this gentle inquiry about why he refused the invitation made Lu Changsheng somewhat surprised and suspicious. He pondered whether this peak master's wife's temper was quite good, or perhaps, as long as one looks handsome, the world is much more forgiving? I am not yet well acquainted with the situation at Qingyun sect, so I came this time to inquire with a friend and learn about the various peaks and lineages of the supreme sect. Furthermore, your disciple is involved in the grievances between the Sima family of Profound Martial Ridge and Mai by Lake Mountain. They wish to resolve these grievances but are unwilling to provide adequate compensation, so I am afraid I cannot accept. Lu Changsheng stood tall and straight, his eyes deep and bright, speaking in a composed manner. He usually responds well to soft words rather than harsh ones. If others speak well to him, he naturally speaks well in return. Listening to Lu Changsheng's words, Song Qingji thought the issue indeed lay with the grudges between By Lake Mountain and the Sima family. It must have been her disciple and Song Cheng's aggressive approach that led to this mess. Otherwise, this Lu Changsheng here is no fool. How dare a Foundation establishment family with just false core combat power offend our Red Sun Peak? Even if he has the connection with Xianxia, he couldn't possibly do such an irrational thing. Song Qingji cast a cold glance at Sima Qiuhua and Song Cheng, making them shudder. Then, looking at Lu Changxing with a warm and gentle smile, she said, "If Lu Mountain Lord wants to understand the situation at Qingyun sect, I could certainly introduce you to it. As for the enmity between the Sima family and your by Lake Mountain, it is said that grudges are better resolved than left unresolved. If Lu Mountain Lord has any requests, do let me know. I am willing to act as a mediator and help you resolve them. Otherwise, both of your families are significant families under our Qingyun sect's jurisdiction. Continuing this conflict benefits no one, and our Qingyun sect does not wish to see such a thing either." So said Song Qingji. These words were not untrue. For foundation establishment clans and false core families, the Qingyun sect would pay attention. If such families were to clash majorly and cause an incident, the Qingyun sect would step in to mediate. As for how to mediate, generally, both families would face heavy penalties. And since the Sima family is an old false core family, having operated in Qingyun sect for many years, they have connections not only with her Red Sun Peak but also with some other lineages and disciples. So, in the end, the one at a disadvantage would still be by Lake Mountain. At this moment, not far away, Song Cheng and Sima Chihua were stunned, utterly confused. What the heck? How did their mistress and master become like this? Especially Song Cheng. He felt that mistress' tone was never this good even towards master. Could it be mistress is deliberately doing this, luring Lu Changxing, and once he agrees, our Red Sun Peak would have the upper hand? And could even disgrace Kaiyun Peak? Song Cheng speculated in his heart. Beside him, Sima Kua's expression became increasingly peculiar. Thinking, could it be that his master really fancies this pretty boy Lu Changxing? Although Lu Changxing indeed looks exceptionally handsome, this is too outrageous, isn't it? Thank you for the real person's kindness, but Lu Changxing pondered, thinking this peak master's wife is really too enthusiastic. He wanted to respond, intending to decline politely. Just at this moment, a woman in colorful palace attire, with an exceedingly beautiful face, her elegant hair pinned up with a phoenix hairpin, exuding a noble and graceful aura, appeared. "Why are you wasting time here?" Yun Wanshang saw Lu Changxing and Song Qingji chatting enthusiastically and spoke icily with majesty. "With just a blink of an eye, how could you chat with someone like this? Didn't you say that Red Sun Peak was too overbearing? How come you're now chatting with the wife of the Peak Master?" Sar the novel, F.I.R. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Seeing Lu Changxing behaving like a male enchanting demon, Yun Wanshang felt displeased in her heart. After speaking, she slightly raised her hand, a wave of mana carrying Lu Changxing toward Kaiyun Peak. Leaving only a flat, authoritative sentence hanging in the air, "Kaiyun Peak wants this person." Yun Wanshang. Song Qingji watched Yun Wanshang take Lu Changxing away, her dignified and beautiful face instantly turning gloomy. It wasn't that Yun Wanshang taking Lu Changxing caused her anger and shame. As a dignified false core immortal, she wouldn't fall in love at first sight with Lu Changxing. But it reminded her of the past when she could have exchanged for a coagulation crystal elixir and prepared to advance to core formation. But Yun Wanshang rose forcefully, exchanged for the coagulation crystal elixir, causing her to wait until the next round. In the end, Yun Wanshang succeeded in core formation, while she failed, and had to settle for condensing a false core instead. Now, her disciples were not as good as Yun Wanshang's, and even when she tried to recruit a small family force and a talisman master, Yun Wanshang came out to compete with her, filling her heart with burning anger. How could Kaiyun True Immortal appear? Song Cheng and Sima Chihua beside them were both stunned, shivering. What is happening today? Did they see a ghost? First, their mistress and master treated this Lu Changxing differently. Now, Kaiyun True Immortal even personally came to take Lu Changxing away? Wasn't this Kaiyun True Immortal supposed to be in closed-door cultivation? They were very bewildered, even a bit panicked inside. Why are you here embarrassing yourself? Go back. Song Qingji, seeing Song Cheng and her disciple, said with an incredibly cold face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1269. The two trembled violently and dared not say more, obediently following Song Qingji back to Red Sun Peak. Kaiyun Peak. Greetings, master. Xianxia looked at her master and Lu Changxing standing before her, bewildered. What's going on? How is master together with Changxing? From now on, he will be Kaiyun Peak's visiting noble servant. Xia, take him to the record hall for registration. Yun Wanshang did not explain much to her disciple, tossing out a handwritten decree and speaking curtly. After finishing her statement, she left Lu Changxing behind and returned to her own palace. Changxing, how did you end up with master? Xiaoxiya's beautiful eyes carried confusion as she looked at Lu Changxing, trying to understand how he managed to be brought into Qingyun sect by her master. Although her master knew of Lu Changxing, the two had supposedly never interacted before. Besides, hadn't master been in closed-door cultivation all these years? Yeah, this is a long story. Lu Changxing had anticipated this scenario long ago, and he immediately adopted a dreamlike, reflective demeanor as he recounted his acquaintance with Yun Wansheng. He described how, 56 years ago, while traveling between Nine Dragons Market and Qingzhou Mountain, he had witnessed a fierce battle in the distance and quickly hid. After waiting for the battle to subside for a long time and preparing to leave the dangerous area, he encountered a heavily injured nascent soul immortal. At the time, he did not recognize Kaiyun True Immortal but still chose to treat and save her. Afterward, Kaiyun True Immortal gave him a token, stating that if he encountered danger, he could activate the token or come to Qingyun sect to seek her help. However, all these years, I haven't encountered any major trouble, so this token had remained unused. A few days ago, due to Pingan's issues with the Sima family invited disciples of the Qiang True Immortal, who came to buy Lake Mountain carrying Qiang True Immortal's decree, and so I thought about the token. I figured that using the favor from back then might allow me to establish a solid connection within Qingyun sect. But I never expected that the person I saved would turn out to be your master, Qin True Immortal. Lu Changxing spoke earnestly, mixing truth with lies, full of emotion. 56 years ago, Xiaoxia suddenly recalled that back then, her master had indeed gone out to refine the red dust elixir for her and returned with a somewhat unstable aura, as if she had been injured. However, hearing that Lu Changxing had saved her master, Xiaoxia felt a trace of oddness in her heart. Years ago, she herself had been saved by Lu Changxing. Her senior sister had also escaped danger thanks to Lu Changxing's intervention, saving her life. And now it seemed that her master had also been rescued by Lu Changxing. Could it be that all three of them, the master and her two disciples, had been saved by Lu Changxing? Moreover, Xiaoxia vaguely felt that her master's relationship with Lu Changxing wasn't that simple. She recalled how years ago when she had asked her master to approve her union with Lu Changxing, her master's attitude, and Lu Changxing's affairs with Lady Meng at Qingyun sect, had seemed strange. Actually, I vaguely guessed years ago that the person I saved back then was Kaiyun True Immortal, but I wasn't sure. Lu Changxing knew Xiaoxia to be sharp and perceptive. She might deduce something about his connection with Yun Wansheng. Reaching out, he gently held Xiaoxia's delicate hand and said proactively, I remember you once mentioned that True Immortal has some minor grievances with Red Sun Peak. And Kaiyun True Immortal's token. I really don't have much use for it now. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to confirm. If things go well, not only can we resolve the troubles with Red Sun Peak and secure a strong support for the family within Qingyun sect, but I can also use this chance to gain an official affiliation with Kaiyun Peak. This will make visits to Qingyun sect easier, allowing me to assist you with your cultivation technique issues. Moreover, with this favor from the past, if I perform well, it will be much easier for us to request True Immortal's approval of our union in the future. Lu Changxing's voice was gentle and filled with deep affection. Although his words, upon closer inspection, had some inconsistencies, he wanted Xiaoxia to notice them now and prepare herself mentally for what was to come. CTH Novelfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Changxing. Xiaoxia was cultivating the supreme forgetful love technique, a method that would normally make her quick to discern discrepancies in such situations. Yet, whenever she was with Lu Changxing, the technique seemed ineffective. Especially now, with Lu Changxing activating his enchanting demon-like aura, even Xianxia found herself subconsciously influenced, not reflecting deeply, trusting Lu Changxing wholeheartedly, and feeling touched. After chatting for a while, Xianxia then led Lu Changxing to register his visiting noble servant status. If it were for an honorary elder, the Qingyun sect leader's approval was required. However, for a visiting noble servant, the approval of the respective peak's peak master would suffice. That shameless scoundrel. Full of lies. Within the palace at the peak, Yun Wanshang used her divine sense, her expression both anxious and indignant, as she listened to Lu Changxing and Xiaoxia's conversation. Seeing Lu Changxing deceitfully gazing affectionately at her disciple, her frustration burned deeply. Yet, upon hearing Lu Changxing claim he could help Xiaoxia resolve her cultivation technique issue, she was somewhat surprised and puzzled. She knew perfectly well the intricacies and profundity of the supreme forgetful love technique. Once cultivated, it led down an irreversible path unless abandoned entirely. But now, Lu Changxing claimed he could resolve Xiaoxia's issue with the technique? How could he have such confidence? Could he be lying to Xiaoxia again? However, Yun Wanshang felt that Lu Changxing's words might not be entirely baseless. Moreover, Xiaoxia was pure-hearted, though emotionally swayed now. Surely she couldn't keep being blindly deceived. Could it be that this scoundrel truly has a solution? Yun Wanshang pondered deeply as she thought about Lu Changxing's various peculiarities. She had always known that Lu Changxing possessed extraordinary opportunities and secrets. But with time and deeper understanding, she found herself increasingly struck by how unique and extraordinary those secrets were, far beyond those of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. If this scoundrel can truly solve Xia's problems, Yun Wanshang suddenly recalled the 50-year agreement Lu Changxing had made with her years ago. If he and Xiaoxia could both break through core formation within 50 years, she had promised to approve their union. She had even outright stated that if they succeeded in reaching core formation, she would personally host their Dao companion ceremony. Thinking back now, Lu Changxing actually had considerable hope for a breakthrough into core formation. As for Xiaoxia, as long as she could overcome her emotional tribulations and sever her connections to sentiment, reaching core formation was not an issue. At this moment, Yun Wanshang faintly sensed that Lu Changxing had deliberately set her up back then. That despicable scoundrel. Thinking of this, Yun Wanshang felt a surge of frustration, her pale hand clenched tightly. Junior sister Kain. At this moment, Yun Wanshang heard a deep, resonant voice, the Qingyun sect leader. A moment later, Yun Wanshang transformed into a stream of rainbow light, flying from Kaiyun Peak toward the main hall of Qingyun sect's main peak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1270. With Kaiyun True Immortal's personal decree and Xiaoxia, a true inheritor of Qingyun sect, accompanying him, Lu Changxing's visiting noble servant registration was completed smoothly. Lu Mountain Lord, now that you have become a visiting noble servant of Qingyun sect, your sect tributes can be halved from now on. The registrar elder, having completed the procedure for Lu Changxing, said courteously. Currently, with the dual core formation cultivators of Kaiyun Peak, its status is extraordinary. Lu Changxing's ability to secure Kaiyun True Immortal's decree and become a visiting noble servant earned him notable favor. Moreover, for someone of Lu Changxing's age to have advanced to the level of a third-rank talisman master demonstrated extraordinary talent in the talisman path, worthy of forging connections. Thank you, Elder Lin. Lu Changxing replied courteously. Currently, with control over spiritual lands such as by Lake Mountain, White Tiger Mountain, and Flower Fruit Mountain, the annual Spirit Stone tribute totals 35,000 pieces. Sar the Nav Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This is no small amount. Having it is quite a favorable outcome. However, aside from this benefit, other welfare is rather ordinary. Beyond the ability to exchange heavenly and earthly treasures and cultivation techniques through Qingyun sect, there isn't much else. Having this visiting noble servant token certainly makes visits to Qingyun sect much more convenient in the future. Lu Changsheng toyed with the Qingyun sect identity token in his hand and chuckled softly. Even though he had connections with Xianxia and Zhao Qingqing, every time he visited Qingyun sect, he still had to send a message and wait for the two women to meet him. Alternatively, he would rely on his status as by Lake Mountain Lord and wait in the reception hall. It was not possible to enter Qingyun sect freely. Now, with this visiting noble servant identity token, travel to places like Kaiyun Peak and Lingyao Peak would be much easier. After dealing with some simple matters, Lu Changsheng returned to Kaiyun Peak with Xianxia to assist her in her cultivation. Red Sun Peak. After reprimanding Sima Qiuhua and Song Cheng, Song Qingji realized that Lu Changsheng might have long established a connection with Yun Wansheng. This realization caused an inexplicable surge of anger in her heart. Yet, at that moment, she became aware of a puzzling issue. How did Lu Changsheng manage to connect with Yun Wansheng? She knew Yun Wansheng perfectly well. Normally, Yun Wansheng was arrogant, proud, and never spared a glance for any man. Why would she associate with someone like Lu Changsheng, a mere foundation establishment cultivator? While considering the idea that Yun Wansheng was deliberately provoking her, Song Qingji dismissed it as unlikely. Although she disliked Yun Wansheng and harbored deep resentment and envy toward her, not least because she believed Yun Wansheng had stolen her core formation fortune, she had to admit that Yun Wansheng had never considered her worthy of attention. Most of the time, her bitterness was one-sided. Precisely because of this, her feelings toward Yun Wansheng were mixed with jealousy and even self-doubt. There's something suspicious, definitely something odd. Song Qingzi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she pondered silently, convinced that there was an undisclosed secret between the two. Otherwise, Yun Wansheng would never associate with someone like Lu Changsheng, given today's situation. Could it be that Yun Wansheng has taken a liking to Lu Changsheng? A thought crossed Song Qingzi's mind. However, she quickly shook her head to dismiss it. Indeed, Lu Changsheng possessed extraordinary charm and bearing that even stirred her long-lost feelings. But Yun Wansheng, of all people, would never fall for mere external appearance or surface reasons to be attracted to a man. If he had extraordinary talent and was a peerless prodigy with innate gifts and strength superior to Yun Wansheng's, then perhaps it could be possible. But a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Absolutely impossible. In any case, there is definitely a secret between the two of them. Song Qingji, her ravishing face displaying resolve, had a determined look in her eyes. This wasn't only her understanding of Yun Wansheng but also the intuition unique to a woman. At this moment, Song Qingji found herself brimming with intense curiosity. She wanted to unearth the exact nature of their relationship, to uncover whether Yun Wansheng was harboring a hidden secret. Just then, a sonorous and powerful voice sounded from outside. Qingji, junior sister Kaiyun spoke with me earlier. She said that Lu Changsheng of Bai Lake Mountain has an old connection with Xianxia, having saved her life in the past. So regarding the matter with Bai Lake Mountain and Profound Martial Ridge, we should leave it to her to handle. Qi True Immortal stepped into the grand hall and addressed Song Qingji. Saved Xiaoxia's life? Song Qingji froze momentarily at the words. She had speculated along these lines earlier, but something about it still felt overly simplistic. Qingji, since junior sister Kain has spoken up, let's leave this matter as it stands. Qi True Immortal, worried that his Dao companion might not have taken his words seriously, added, besides, junior sister Kain is quite measured in her actions. She wouldn't show excessive favoritism. All right, I understand. Despite her acquiescence, Song Qingji felt an inexplicable irritation surging within. Although he was a core formation true immortal and a top-tier artifact refiner with high status in Qingyun sect, Qi True Immortal was habitually immersed in artifact refining and paid little attention to sect affairs. Even when Yun Wansheng intervened, Qi True Immortal's station and reputation would have allowed him to ignore her presence. Yet he had never contested her actions. Take, for instance, the past conflict regarding the coagulation crystal elixir. If Qi Yang True Immortal had chosen to abandon everything and fight fiercely for her sake, Song Qingji might have stood a chance against Yun Wansheng. Well, Qingji, if you feel that this matter has let Xihua down, you could compensate her later. Qi Yang True Immortal, understanding that his Dao companion highly valued reputation, suggested compensating their disciple Sima Xihua for the uncompleted task. I know, I won't dwell on this matter. Song Qingji knew precisely what her Dao companion's words implied. He was worried she'd start scheming against Yun Wansheng or digging up dirt on by Lake Mountain. By the way, sect leader's senior brother just deliberated with us and decided the time for opening Tianyuan's secret realm. You could send Cheng'er and Xihua to explore it. If you need nomination slots, just provide me with a list later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1271. Real person Qiyang, with a dignified and resolute demeanor, spoke in a calm tone and continued. CTH Novelier. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Has the opening time of the Tianyuan's secret realm been confirmed? Hearing these words, Song Qingji showed some surprise and bewilderment, and proceeded to ask, will there be any danger? News from the Heavenly Sword sect states that Xianxia True Monarch will personally oversee it, so there will be no danger. Real person Qiyang chuckled as he replied. Xianxia True Monarch. When Song Qingji heard this name, her heart skipped a beat. She had not expected even such a true monarch to get involved. It seemed that the matter of the Tianyuan's secret realm might lead to significant movements in Jiang country soon. My dear wife, during these days, I also need to make some preparations and forge a few small trinkets. After chatting for a while, real person Qiyang got up and left. Go on, go on. Seeing her Dao companion acting in this manner, Song Qingji spoke in a slightly exasperated tone. She then began to ponder over the relationship between Yun Wansheng and Lu Changxing. Yun Wansheng had just returned to Kaiyun Peak from the Qingyun Grand Hall when her Tongyu Phoenix marrow body emitted a faint and fleeting sense of unease. This unease instantly turned her expression cold, as she guessed what Lu Changxing and Xianxia might be up to. That little scoundrel, is this how he helps Xie resolve her cultivation technique issues? Yun Wansheng was somewhat irritated, inwardly muttering to herself, could it be that Lu Changxing can't live without women? Coming to the Qingyun sect just to engage in such matters with Xianxia. Even her closed-door cultivation was disturbed because of this. If not for considering her disciple's reputation, she would have called Lu Changxing over to scold him right now. Soon after Yun Wansheng returned to her palace, a figure appeared outside the Great Hall and reported, Peak Master, I have already brought Sima Tong to the enforcement hall. But the reparations demanded by Bihu Mountain are somewhat excessive, and since Sima Tong is already half-crippled, if we force the Sima family to comply, they may harbor resentment, and other family forces might also have their grievances, Jinxiu respectfully reported to Yun Wansheng from outside the palace. What are Bihu Mountain's demands? And what's Sima Tong's condition? After a brief moment, Yun Wansheng's voice resounded in Jinxia's mind. Bihu Mountain stated that Lu Changxing demands 50,000 spirit stones, a spirit land, the ability to choose 30 shops under the profound Marshall Ridge Marketplace at Bihu Mountain's discretion, the opening of all trade routes, and a pledge not to seek revenge for 100 years. As for Sima Tong, his life-bound magic treasure has self-destructed, his meridians and dantian are damaged. His inner core is dimmed and has a faint crack. He is likely beyond recovery, Jinxiu voiced her report. When Yun Wansheng heard these demands, she immediately understood why Red Sun Peak and the Sima family could not come to terms with Lu Changxing. Such demands, the Sima family could completely nurture one, or even two false core cultivators with those resources. How could they possibly pay such a price to apologize and compensate Bihu Mountain for a half-crippled false core cultivator? Reduce it to 20,000 spirit stones, 1 spirit land, and the choice of 10 marketplace shops under their name. Modify the terms and have the Sima family come to retrieve their man. Yun Wansheng spoke decisively. Although she could have approved, or even imposed harsher conditions, forcing the Sima family to relent. As the enforcement hallmaster, she couldn't entirely favor Lu Changxing. Otherwise, what would the Sima family, other family factions, or the disciples of the Qingyun sect think? Moreover, the Sima family's incident also involved real person Qiang. If she went too far, it would amount to showing no regard for real person Qiang, slapping him in the face. These days, the conflict between the Bihu Mountain Lu family and the profound Marshall Ridge Sima family continued to escalate. It began spreading across the entire Qingyun region, and even throughout Jiang country's cultivation realm. Initially, many who heard the news dismissed it as mere rumors, doubting its authenticity. However, as the matter continued to unfold, it reached an increasing number of ears, gradually being believed. This brought great renown to Bihu Mountain. At this moment, within the beast-taming Su family, the Bihu Mountain Lu family, Lu Pingon, approaching third-order body refining, and Lu Changxing advancing to a third-rank talisman master. A senior member of the Su family, upon hearing this news, furrowed his brows slightly, deep in thought. 10 years ago, the third ancestor of their Su family, Sugu, had gone to Bihu Mountain, intending to ambush Lu Changxing, the master of Bihu Mountain, but ultimately perished with no trace of the assailants. Later, their Su family dispatched people to investigate the circumstances surrounding Bihu Mountain. But no matter how much they searched, no information or traces of the battle could be found. Since Bihu Mountain was close to the Qingyun sect, they worried the matter might involve the Qingyun sect. As a result, they let it drop and did not pursue further investigation. Now, with Lu Pingon showing the strength nearing a false core, and Lu Changxing becoming a third-rank talisman master, suspicions began to arise in his heart. After all, within the cultivation world, didn't everyone have some hidden trump cards and strategies? This Bihu Mountain Lu family, which had only been established for a few decades, not yet 100 years, and had risen to such prominence, clearly had access to extraordinary opportunities and profound secrets. Especially Lu Pingon, who, at his age, already possessed such combat power. His fortuitous encounters and secrets were undoubtedly far from ordinary. Perhaps he possessed some kind of one-time use exotic treasure capable of ambushing and killing false core cultivators. And now that Lu Changxing had advanced to a third-rank talisman master, who could say whether this had just happened recently or had occurred much earlier? If Lu Changxing had advanced some time ago and possessed multiple third-rank talismans, there was no saying he couldn't have played a part in Su Ge's demise. After all, in the world of cultivators, duels were ever-changing and unpredictable. Even though Su Ge, as a false core cultivator, had extraordinary combat prowess, any slight negligence, facing multiple third-rank talismans unexpectedly, could still have resulted in his downfall. After ruminating for a while, he decided to report his suspicions to the family head of the Su family, requesting continued monitoring of Bihu Mountain and further investigation. At the Lingxi Xie family. Previously, Lu Xingchen, following Lu Miao's arrangements, went to the Lingxi Lake Xie family to deliver an invitation. When he arrived at the Lingxi Xie family, he learned that the fifth elder of the Xie family had taken the initiative to visit his family. My eldest brother subdued the Sima family's false core patriarch? Hearing this from the Xie family, Lu Xingchen was completely dumbfounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1272. He knew his eldest brother was formidable, possessing unmatched combat strength. But he never expected his eldest brother to be so powerful as to suppress even a false core patriarch. And just like that, their family was elevated to a false core family? He had thought that, at the very least, it would take their family another 30 to 50 years to have any hope of being promoted to a false core family or even a nascent soul noble family. Young Master Lu, you've traveled a long way, so you may not have heard of this matter. Otherwise, just stopping by any marketplace to inquire would reveal the news. The head of the Xie family greeted Lu Xingchen with great politeness. After all, Lu Xingchen's visit to them represented the goodwill of Bai Lake Mountain, signaling a desire to foster a friendly relationship with the Xie family. Under such circumstances, The family head naturally chose to personally host him. I indeed have been constantly traveling and haven't had much opportunity to learn about the latest. Lu Xingchen replied with a polite smile. His appearance bore a close resemblance to his father, Lu Changxing. Added to that, his cultivation of the Cauldron Medical King's scripture lent him a similar refined and gentle demeanor, exuding a scholarly elegance. Young Master Lu, might I ask if you are betrothed? Our Xie family. The Xie family head spoke with a gentle smile. After all, the most common way for families to solidify alliances was through marriage. The Xie family elder's recent trip to Bai Lake Mountain held such intentions, even considering marrying off a daughter to Lu Changxing. However, since the Lu ancestor rarely appeared in public, leaving most affairs to lady of the Lu family, it became awkward for these family factions to propose marriage in person. After all, who would directly ask another man's wife whether her husband and their family wanted to establish a marital alliance? Additionally, the Lu ancestor's status and position had risen significantly. Sending an ordinary Qi refinement woman over would only result in her becoming a maid, possibly not even qualified to be a concubine. And sending foundation establishment women to marry was an unlikely prospect. Thus, more and more families began shifting their attention to the younger generation of the Lu family. Though the Xie family head had not previously heard of Lu Xingchen, seeing that he was a foundation establishment cultivator caused the notion of marriage to surface in his mind. Thank you for your kind offer, family head Xie, but I currently have no plans for marriage. Lu Xingchen replied sincerely. While he didn't object to marrying and starting a family, or even a marriage for political alliance, such matters were not something he would decide on his own. Very well, young Master Lu, since you've come such a long way, feel free to explore and enjoy yourself here. Let my Xie family show proper hospitality as hosts. The Xie family head maintained an amicable demeanor and continued to speak, intending to arrange for several family daughters to meet Lu Xingchen later. If both sides were pleased with one another, that would be the ideal outcome. Kaiyun Peak. SAR the novel of net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Mingyue Residence. Over recent days, Lu Changxing had been deeply entangled with Xianxia, assisting her in her cultivation. After all, Xianxia's cultivation level was already at the foundation establishment's 7th layer. She would soon break through to the 8th layer. Under such circumstances, Lu Changxing naturally needed to resolve Xianxia's situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Xianxia reached the point of attempting a core formation breakthrough while the effects of the supreme forgetful love technique remained unresolved, it would be quite troublesome. Buzz. On the bed, Lu Changxing and Xianxia were in harmony, yin and yang blending as an ethereal furnace floated above their heads, with the rotation of the sun and moon reflected within. In the palace atop the peak, Yun Wanshang, sitting cross-legged, opened her eyes and couldn't help but want to say, "Are they ever going to stop?" Over the past few days, Lu Changxing and Xiaoxiye's continuous practice of the Sun-Moon Samsara technique had caused her Tongyu Phoenix marrow body to resonate uncontrollably, stirring faint ripples in her body. This resonance had utterly distracted Yun Wanshang, leaving her unable to focus on her own cultivation. This won't do. I need to figure out if there are any formations that can block out this sensation. Yun Wanshang contemplated, considering how Lu Changxing, now registered as a guest elder in Kaiyun Peak, was bound to be around more often in the future. She needed to find someone to arrange multiple formation layers to isolate this resonance as soon as possible. Otherwise, how could she possibly cultivate in peace? She really didn't want to feel this strange, inexplicable sense of involvement, That day, Yun Wanshang blinked her beautiful eyes as if awakening from a dream, thinking to herself that there didn't seem to be any ripples today. Had they finally stopped, or had she just gotten used to it? Replaying the memories in her mind, she couldn't quite recall the last time the ripples had occurred. Immediately, Yun Wanshang sent a sound transmission to her steward, Jinxiu, to head to Mingyue Residence and summon Lu Changxing and Xiaoxia. At Mingyue Residence, when Xiaoxia heard from her maid, Green Willow, that the steward of the peak had come to summon her and Lu Changxing, her fair and jade-like face flushed with a rosy blush. She knew that her recent activities had certainly not escaped her master's notice. Or rather, her master was likely calling her now to remind her to take Lu Changsheng to complete his guest elder registration before addressing other matters. Yet, after completing the guest elder registration, the two of them had become so entwined that they'd completely lost track of time. It's all my fault. Anytime I'm with you, Xia, I lose all sense of time. Lu Changsheng, however, remained remarkably calm, holding Xiaoxia's graceful, mature, and seemingly moonlit flawless body with tenderness in his voice. Since discovering that Kaiyun True Immortal was the core formation woman he had once shared a fleeting connection with in his younger years, and with their multiple in-depth conversations since then, Lu Changxing no longer held any reverence for her. He only harbored the intention of making her the mother of his children. After briefly indulging in each other's company, the duo adjusted their attire and ascended to the grand palace at the peak, appearing like a celestial couple as they bowed respectfully in greeting. Truly, Yun Wanshang gazed at the pair outside, her heart filled with a mix of inexplicable and complex emotions. Boom! The palace doors swung open. Yun Wanshang stepped out in a resplendent multicolored gown, its flowing hem cascading like clouds, accentuating her noble and majestic aura. See ya, I established a 50-year pact with you, and half of that time has already passed. If in the remaining time you fail to break through to core formation, do not blame me for being merciless. Yun Wanshang looked down at Xiaoxia, her voice cold and commanding. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1273. After speaking, she looked at Lu Changxing, her eyes as tranquil as water, her aura imposing. Her voice was like ancient, unyielding ice as she stated, Lu Changxing, the same applies to you. Even if I consider past relations, I will show no mercy. Please rest assured, True Immortal. Lu Changsheng's handsome face bore a faint smile at the corner of his lips, his demeanor one of confidence and certainty as he replied calmly. Then he lightly squeezed Xiaoxia's jade-like hand, signaling her not to worry. This scene left Yun Wanshang slightly puzzled, curious as to the source of Lu Changsheng's undeniable confidence. However, she couldn't deny that Lu Changxing, full of confidence and brimming with vigor in this moment, was truly captivating, completely distinct from his usual shameless demeanor. Master, this disciple understands. Though Xiaoxia inwardly lacked full confidence, under Lu Changsheng's encouragement, she still cupped her hands respectfully and responded. Yun Wanshang nodded slightly and shifted her gaze to Lu Changxing again, speaking, regarding the matter with the Sima family of profound Martial Ridge, I have already sent someone to handle it. Afterward, the Sima family will provide compensation, which I will have delivered to by Lake Mountain. Thus, this matter ends here. With my writ in hand, the Sima family will not dare think of retaliation against you in the future. Yun Wanshang spoke with certainty. Though it was only a writ, the fact that she personally intervened and resolved the issue was tantamount to announcing to the outside world that Bai Lake Mountain was backed by the Qingyun sect and Kaiyun Peak's lineage. Under such circumstances, unless Bai Lake Mountain initiated trouble themselves, the beast-taming Su family would certainly think twice before making a move against Bai Lake Mountain. Many thanks, True Immortal. Lu Changxing cupped his hands and responded. He knew that, with this layer of deterrence provided by Yun Wanshang, his foundation would be secure, and he could develop steadily for quite some time ahead. Your family has come this far. In the days to come, maintain a lower profile. Excessive flamboyance is not a blessing. Yun Wanshang's voice softened slightly, cold yet melodious, carrying a regal authority befitting her lofty position. Oh! Lu Changxing paused for a moment, picking up on a deeper implication in Yun Wanshang's words. He immediately cupped his hands and inquired, I beseech True Immortal for guidance. When any immortal sect develops to a certain stage, they issue a pioneer order to initiate an expansion war. It has been several centuries since Qingyun sect last issued a pioneer order. In recent years, incidents have erupted repeatedly between Yu country and Liang country. Should these conflicts escalate into full-blown war, Jiang country may also be implicated and dragged into the fray. Moreover, Jiang country itself has not been peaceful in these years. You must have noticed as much. Yun Wanshang shot a glance at Lu Changsheng and spoke in an even tone. Hearing these words, Lu Changsheng's heart sank. He faintly perceived the underlying meaning in Yun Wanshang's words. There was a likelihood that Jiang country would, in the near future, face either an immortal sect expansion or a full-scale cultivation world war. Both expansion wars and cultivation world wars signified bloodshed and peril. Once such a war erupted, every cultivator in Jiang country, whether loose cultivator or family-affiliated, would be unconditionally bound to follow the commands of the immortal sects. In years past, when mobilizing forces to exterminate the Xiahou family and demonic path cultivators, numerous families had fallen into decline as a result. Sar the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The dangers of a war in the cultivation world could only be imagined. Countless families would either rise or be annihilated in such processes. And at that time, the larger and stronger a family's forces, the greater their expected contribution. Many thanks for the guidance, true Immortal. Lu Changsheng understands. Lu Changsheng's eyes sharpened as he nodded in response. A war of this scale would involve disciples of the immortal sects being conscripted to the battlefield. Thus, even with Yun Wanshang's support, there was no avoiding it. Yun Wanshang's reminder was clearly meant to warn him that the signs were already emerging, and he should refrain from revealing too much of his power prematurely. Yun Wanshang nodded slightly and continued, "Soon, the 4 great immortal sects will open the Tianyuan's secret realm. At that time, by Lake Mountain will be granted a spot. Prepare yourself well and enter the Tianyuan's secret realm to comprehend the celestial monument. It will be beneficial to you. As for the specifics of the Tianyuan's secret realm, you may inquire with Xianxia." Yun Wanshang, possessor of supreme elegance, wore no adornments, yet her beauty was stunning and regal. The Tianyuan's secret realm? Comprehend the celestial monument? Lu Changsheng blinked in surprise, not expecting this sudden turn of events about the Tianyuan's secret realm. He was, of course, familiar with the Tianyuan's secret realm. Years ago, Xianxia had accompanied Kaiyun True Immortal and senior sister Chu Qingyi in pioneering the Tianyuan's secret realm. Now, with rumors abounding that the secret realm was attracting numerous foreign core formation cultivators coveting its opportunities, Yun Wanshang was suggesting that the 4 great immortal sects would open it up, allowing him to comprehend the celestial monument. Before he could ask further questions, Kaiyun True Immortal waved her hand, dismissing them and closing the hall doors. "Xianxia, what is the situation with this Tianyuan's secret realm?" Seeing this, Lu Changsheng turned to Xianxia for clarification. Previously, due to sect rules and her Dao heart oath, Xianxia had been unable to divulge much, so Lu Changsheng hadn't pressed her then. The Tianyuan's secret realm should now have been thoroughly cleared. The celestial monument is one of the opportunities within. As for its origins, I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that everyone can use the monument to comprehend cultivation insights, gaining Dao enlightenment, cultivation experiences, or even cultivation technique inheritances, Xianxia explained, indicating that both she and her master had secured substantial gains from the monument in the past. However, each person could only comprehend the celestial monument once, with no second opportunities. Now the outside world is abuzz with news of the Tianyuan's secret realm. Even many foreign core formation immortals are being drawn to claim its opportunities. Lu Changsheng frowned and muttered, "Opening the Tianyuan's secret realm at this moment? Is there a trap involved?" He had experienced the Jiuxiao Immortal City incident early in his cultivation journey. He knew the Heavenly Sword sect was not to be trusted. Back then, when Shenzhen True Monarch was challenged by the Jin Kingdom's Demonic Path True Monarch, the Heavenly Sword sect had knowingly allowed the Demonic Path cultivators, who harbored ill intent, to infiltrate Jiang country and plot within Jiuxiao Immortal City. They had then ambushed and captured a core formation cultivator, killing 2 others and wiping out 7 or 8 false core practitioners. If not for one core formation cultivator self-destructing their true elixir in a desperate bid, the demonic path forces would have suffered even greater losses. Now, with the Tianyuan secret realm reopening, it reminded him of the Jiuxiao Immortal City incident, making him suspect that the 4 great immortal sects were using this as an opportunity to lure in demonic path cultivators for an ambush and to assert dominance. Otherwise, the timing seemed far too coincidental. Not foolish at all. Within the palace, Yun Wanshang's lips curved into a faint smile upon hearing Lu Changsheng's remark. Her decision to have Lu Changsheng enter the Tianyuan secret realm was partly due to the benefits of the celestial monument for him. If he could gain enlightenment or a cultivation technique inheritance from it, his chances of forming a core would improve in the future. On the other hand, she found herself increasingly unable to discern Lu Changsheng's depths. Thus, she saw the Tianyuan secret realm as an opportunity to test him. This, Xianxia, hearing Lu Changsheng's words, felt he was likely correct. Even though she knew Lu Changsheng had already broken through to core formation and become a nascent soul immortal, she remained somewhat concerned. After all, Lu Changsheng had only reached core formation 3 years ago. With no completed divine skills or magical treasures in hand, he might encounter danger. It's fine. Lu Changsheng, seeing Xiaoxiye's worried expression, held her hand and spoke gently. Under normal circumstances, he would avoid meddling in such a secret realm. But with Yun Wanshang's explicit instruction, refusing out of fear might disappoint her. Since that was the case, he would make the trip. Moreover, if the 4 great immortal sects dared to proceed, they were surely confident and wouldn't send people to their deaths recklessly. Of course, the primary reason was that he now had enough strength to feel assured. As long as no nascent soul true monarch appeared, he was confident he could escape even from a late-stage core formation great cultivator. Senior sister will be stationed in the Tianyuan's secret realm. If danger arises, Changsheng, you may seek her protection. Xiaoxia nodded slightly, offering a reassuring suggestion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1274, Profound Martial Ridge, Sima Family. 13th sister is back? The Sima family head, upon hearing the report, immediately rushed to the hall with an expression of surprise and joy. These past days, with the family patriarch's matters involving Blue Lake Mountain weighing on his mind, his role as the family head had been a daily torment. Constantly, he was waiting for Sima Qiuhua to send back good news. At the moment he heard of Sima Kua's return, his first thought was that the family's issues had been resolved. When he arrived at the hall and saw not only Sima Qiuhua but also 2 individuals in Qingyun sect enforcement hall robes, a man and a woman, his expression slightly stiffened as he sensed something amiss. 13th sister. The Sima family head addressed Sima Qiuhua, whose face showed a hint of fatigue, and then slightly cupped his hands toward the 2 Qingyun sect disciples. Sima family head, correct? This is our hall master's edict, regarding the resolution of the grievances between the Profound Martial Ridge Sima family and the Blue Lake Mountain Lu family. The 2 enforcement hall disciples exchanged glances and spoke up, handing the edict to the Sima family head. Thank you, Taoists. Though the Sima family head felt something was off, he maintained his courtesy. He took out 10 middle-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to the 2 disciples. The disciples accepted the stones without reservation. After all, traveling this distance was arduous, and this counted as a little extra reward. After taking the spirit stones, the 2 disciples stepped out of the hall to wait outside, allowing the Sima family head and Sima Qiuhua a private conversation. The Sima family head trembled violently as he read the content of the edict. His face turned deathly pale, as though struck by lightning. He then looked at Sima Qiuhua in disbelief and said, 13th sister, what is going on? Originally, this matter had been handled by my master, and real person Qiang already approved, but Lu Changsheng saved the disciple of Kaiyun True Immortal, Xiaoxiye, years ago, which alarmed Kaiyun True Immortal and led her to personally intervene. Sima Qiuhua spoke bitterly. Previously, she had received a family message and went to request her master, Song Qingji. She had thought the matter was resolved, with her master and grandmaster's backing. See Tich Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She even imagined she could leverage this achievement for resources from the family afterward. Who could have expected it would provoke Kaiyun True Immortal's involvement, resulting in a harsh reprimand from her master, Song Qingji, and displeasure from her senior brother, Song Cheng. Kaiyun True Immortal intervened personally. When the Sima family head heard this, his pale complexion turned ashen. This act, personally handled by the enforcement hallmaster, indicated the matter was already finalized and unchangeable. Whatever the punishment might be, the Sima family must accept it. Moreover, if one were to account for the truth, it was indeed the Sima family that instigated it first and was in the wrong. Additionally, following this matter, Lu Changsheng leveraged his status as a third-rank talisman master to become a visiting noble servant at Kaiyun Peak. So, Sima Chihua sighed and continued. Even though the Sima family now faced massive losses and frustration, they could only admit defeat. Should they dare seek trouble with Blue Lake Mountain again, it would equate to insulting Kaiyun True Immortal. The Sima family head sat in a chair nearby as though drained, only recovering after a long while, his voice weak as he said, 13th sister, I understand. This compensation not only caused severe damage to the Sima family's vitality. It also signified irreversible damage to the family's reputation. In the future, whenever people discussed Blue Lake Mountain or profound Marshall Ridge, this matter would inevitably surface, causing massive harm to the Sima family's prestige. Reputation was intangible but had unavoidable indirect consequences. Moreover, as the Sima family head, he became acutely aware of one critical issue. That was the rapid growth of Blue Lake Mountain, achieved in just a few decades. Previously, aside from the Sima family, other forces such as the Dayuan Mountain Yuan family, Golden Dragon Ridge Jin family, Fuyun Mountain Luo family, and beast-taming Su family secretly suppressed Blue Lake Mountain to hinder its rise. But now, Lu Changsheng had aligned with Qingyun sect's Kaiyun True Immortal. This meant other families had to weigh their actions before targeting the Lu family and couldn't act openly. Without suppression and limits, at this growth rate, in a few decades, Blue Lake Mountain might rise to become the foremost false core family, potentially advancing to a nascent soul noble family. Who could say if Blue Lake Mountain would then resolve to exact vengeance on the Sima family? The Sima family head felt a deep sense of heaviness pressing on his heart. I will go with you to meet the family patriarch and elders. Sima Chihua gazed at her brother's dispirited state and sighed. Though this outcome was not one the Sima family could refuse, the patriarch and elders still needed to be informed for deliberation. Not to mention, deploying such a massive sum of compensation required much planning and arrangement. Thank you, 13th sister. The Sima family head cupped his hands in gratitude. If he had to face the patriarch's fury alone, it would be unbearable. With Sima Chihua there, matters would be far more manageable. Qingyun sect. Following a session of dual cultivation with Xianxia, Lu Changsheng did not continue cultivating afterward. On one hand, a profound cultivation technique like the Sun-Moon Samsara technique emphasized moderation and avoided rash progress. On the other hand, since awakening the Tai divine soul, his sensitivity and perception had heightened considerably. In the inexplicable, he often felt watched, suspecting it was Kaiyun True Immortal. Thus, he believed constantly lingering under the gaze of that true immortal might unintentionally provoke her discontent. After all, given the depth of their interactions over time, Lu Changsheng didn't imagine Kaiyun True Immortal could remain completely unbothered by him and Xianxia perpetually engaging in dual cultivation. However, Lu Changsheng did not immediately leave Qingyun sect. Instead, he visited Lingyao Peak to spend time with Zhao Qingqing, aiming to strengthen their relationship and perhaps conceive a second child. In the 100 Herbs Garden, upon the bed, Lu Changsheng held his beloved tightly, galloping into passion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1275. Zhao Qingqing's Vegbody is extremely compatible with the Cauldron Medical King's scripture. After cultivating this technique, by consistently using spirit flowers and spirit grass for cultivation, not only did her progress accelerate tremendously, but her physique also developed a refreshing, enchanting fragrance of spiritual medicine. Search * The Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At this very moment, the room was filled with the exuberance of spring and permeated with an intoxicating aroma. Zhao Qingqing let out a soft and tender hum from her nose. Her 2 jade-like feet, fair and smooth as bamboo shoots, swayed constantly near the corner of Lu Changsheng's eyes. 10 delicate white toes curled and stretched, stirring an irresistible allure. No one knew how much time had passed. Zhao Qingqing's expression appeared dazed as her jade-like body trembled. Lu Lang, half closing her alluring eyes, she gazed at him with a mesmerizing tenderness and clung weakly to Lu Changxing. Her ruby-red lips whispered softly, her breath fragrant like orchids. Her rounded, shining calves, supple and smooth, twitched uncontrollably. 10 delicate toes curled tightly, while the tender soles of her feet turned a blush-pink hue. Qingqing. Lu Changxing watched her exquisite demeanor, gently caressing her warm and soft body, which still trembled reflexively. After laboring in the 100 Herbs garden for half a month, Lu Changxing checked on his son, Lu Yunlu, and his daughter, Lu Xingyue, before returning to Bai Lake Mountain. Though both had foundation establishment elixirs, matters of foundation establishment required thorough preparation and cultivation. Boom! Just as Lu Changxing returned to Bai Lake Mountain, he felt an intense surge of pure mana suddenly entering his body. Judging by the power of this mana, he immediately surmised his son, Lu Pingan, had made a breakthrough. Previously, during a battle with Sima Tong, Lu Pingan had faintly sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough. Thus, upon returning home, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation to push toward foundation establishment 4th layer. Name, Lu Pingan. Lifespan, 61 of 253. Talent, 5th grade spiritual root. Cultivation level, foundation establishment 3rd level. Capability, body refining compatibility, 61%. Was it not Pingan? Lu Changxing was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, it wasn't his son, Lu Pingan, who had made the breakthrough. Currently, only a few of his children were at mid-stage foundation establishment. He observed each of them. Name, Lu Chuanjin. Lifespan, 58 of 193. Talent, 4th grade spiritual root. Cultivation level, foundation establishment 5th layer. Capability, combat law compatibility, 67%. Chuanjin has broken through to the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Lu Changxing appeared both astonished and surprised. He recalled that his son, Lu Chuanjin, had only advanced to the 4th layer 4 years ago. At his current speed, it would have taken at least another 2 or 3, perhaps even 4 or 5 years to break through. It seems Chuanjin must have encountered some fortuitous event. Lu Changxing thought silently to himself. For someone like Lu Chuanjin, who spent extended periods abroad, his cultivation advancements were largely reliant on fortuitous encounters rather than methodical effort. From his son's lifespan and capabilities, it was evident that he must have gone through numerous battles and even resorted to life-burning techniques. Children and grandchildren have their own fortunes. Lu Changxing chose not to worry too much about his son Lu Quanzhen's situation and returned to Bai Lake Mountain. Mountain Master. Greetings, Lu Ancestor. Even after all this time, cultivators continued to visit Bai Lake Mountain to pay their respects. Upon seeing Lu Changxing, they displayed utmost reverence, bowing with admiration. Many women revealed expressions of infatuation. Lu Changxing smiled lightly and nodded, transforming into a streak of escape light as he returned to Bai Yun Peak. Lu Miaoyun and Ling Zixiao approached Lu Changxing and brought up the matter of Sima Tong. Lu Changxing briefly explained how the situation was resolved to the two ladies. He also mentioned that he had taken up the role of a visiting noble servant within Qingyun sect. Regarding family business, trade caravans, and related matters, he indicated that the arrival of Qingyun sect's enforcement hall would finalize and handle these issues, allowing them to proceed. Furthermore, the news of him becoming a visiting noble servant of Qingyun's sect could be gradually revealed outward. Kaiyun true immortal. Ling Zixiao mused upon hearing this, gazing at Lu Changxing meaningfully. She had previously speculated which patron Lu Changxing might seek in Qingyun's sect. After seeing the enforcement hall arrive and learning that its hall master was Xiao Siye's master, Kaiyun true immortal, her suspicions were further confirmed. Now hearing this, she wasn't sure what to say. Cough, cough. Your husband encountered Kaiyun true immortal in the past when she was gravely injured and saved her life. She's simply repaying the favor. However, publicly, you may hint that I saved Siye's life. Lu Changxing offered a brief explanation. Ling Zixiao, however, upon hearing that Lu Changxing had saved Kaiyun true immortal, appeared even more intrigued. After all, she was well aware of her husband's ability to save people. She chose not to believe that Kaiyun true immortal and her husband had been completely free of entanglements under such circumstances. Still, Ling Zixiao refrained from making further remarks. She understood that whatever relationship the two might have, it was not yet appropriate for public dissemination. She proceeded to discuss family matters with Lu Changxing. During recent times, many families visited bearing goodwill and seeking collaboration. Not only Foundation establishment families, but also false core families, such as Lingxi Xie family, the Feng family of Divine Eagle Valley, and the Luo family of Floating Cloud Cave. Even the patriarch of Diyuan Mountain Yuan family, who had previously acted against them in secret, personally came to make amends. Since this elder of the Yuan family is willing to come forward and apologize proactively, the grievances between our families can be set aside. Lu Changxing deliberated and commented. With the matter of the Sima family, by Lake Mountain's reputation was already established. There was no need to continue entangling with the Yuan family and creating unnecessary discord. The Yuan family patriarch himself had come to offer apologies. If they continued to press the matter, they might instead appear domineering beyond measure. Moreover, Yun Wanshang had previously reminded him that wars might occur in the cultivation world in the future. Thus, there was no need to recklessly challenge others now. Steady development would suffice. I share the same opinion. Ling Zixiao replied gracefully with a faint smile, presenting a booklet that listed numerous families seeking marriage alliances with their own. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1276. Aside from a few women proactively offering themselves as concubines to Lu Changxing, most sought marriage alliances with Lu Pingan, Lu Qingxian, and other Lu family disciples. If there are loose cultivators with decent character and background who would be beneficial to our family, we can consider them. As for Pingan and Qingxian, let them decide for themselves. Lu Changxing looked at the booklet before him and spoke. Although he didn't mind taking in dozens more concubines, most of the women sent by family forces were of qi refinement cultivation level, with spiritual roots no better than 4th or 5th grade. For such candidates, Lu ancestor truly found them unworthy, preferring instead to bring in loose cultivators, or perhaps he might take a stroll to the White Jade Tower when he had time. While loose cultivators generally lacked remarkable spiritual root talent, those who could achieve success in the cultivation world rarely had poor spiritual roots. If someone had notable spiritual root talent, foundation establishment cultivation, a clean background, and decent character, Lu ancestor wouldn't mind compromising his dignity to win them over. After reviewing the family matters, Lu Changxing headed to Balian Peak to inspect the situation. He checked the local earth fire vein to estimate how much longer it would take to mature, preparing to refine the White Peak Immortal's life-bound magic treasure anew. Thus, he would have more techniques at his disposal when venturing into the Tianyuan's secret realm. However, the earth fire vein at Balian Peak still required at least another year or half before it could ascend, and until then, the earth fire array wouldn't yield the desired earth fiend flame. Forget it. Let's focus on having children. Lu Changxing sighed and gave up on the idea of crafting magical treasures, instead resolving to produce offspring at home. Admittedly, it was significantly harder to conceive children after reaching core formation. Despite his diligent efforts over the past few days at home, only one concubine had managed to conceive. Even after half a month of groundwork at Qingyun sect's Lingyao Peak, it was unclear whether Zhao Qingxing had conceived. Still, faced with such results, Lu Changxing refused to be discouraged, firmly believing that heaven rewards persistence. As long as he exerted himself, there would inevitably be outcomes. After staying at the Xianxia family for 3 days, Lu Xingxin bid farewell and departed. The journey from Lingxi Lake to Bai Lake Mountain was long. Even traveling day and night would take over half a month. However, given the rare chance to venture far, Lu Xingxin wasn't eager to rush back and instead leisurely explored along the way, broadening his horizons. One night, as the curtain of dusk descended, Lu Xingxin instructed the iron feather eagle to land on a mountain peak to rest. He skillfully scattered powder around the area to prevent the approach of group-dwelling demon beasts. Not long after he sat down, he suddenly heard the sounds of combat ahead in the forest. Demon beasts roaring, explosions rumbling, and dazzling flashes of spells colliding. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Xingxin's initial reaction was to distance himself from it. However, considering that using mana then might attract the attention of demon beasts, he quickly formed an incantation gesture with his hands, blending his energy into the nearby tree. His entire being seemed to merge seamlessly with the tree. The Cauldron Medical King scripture, although not adept at fighting techniques, offered many life-saving methods. This particular technique allowed his body and energy to harmonize with the tree, making it nearly impossible for ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators or demon beasts to detect him. Moments later, Lu Xingxin spotted a young man in white clothing besieged by over a dozen wolves with bluish-green fur. Green-Wind Wolves, low-level bloodline demon beasts. Is this group led by a mutant wolf king? Lu Xingxin recognized the pack as one of the lowest-level social demon beasts, most ranging from initial to middle stage of First Order. The lead Green-Wind Wolf had fur with faint purple traces, suggesting it had gained some chance encounter to mutate and progress to a Second-Order Great Demon. What truly astonished Lu Xingxin, however, was that the white-clothed young man, despite only being at the 7th level of Qi refinement, had managed to evade the pack's attacks for so long. On closer observation, the young man demonstrated not only proficient spellcasting but also nimble movements. Several times he narrowly avoided deadly attacks from the Green-Wind Wolf King, escaping calamity by what seemed like sheer luck. Lu Xingxin speculated that, had the youth been facing the Wolf King alone, he might have escaped. Unfortunately, he was trapped by the pack. Awoo! One of the Green-Wind Wolves seized an opening while the youth dodged the Wolf King's wind blade, pouncing on him and sinking its sharp teeth into his shoulder, drawing blood. Already weak, his aura frail and riddled with wounds, the young man cried out in pain before unleashing a technique, blasting the wolf away. But at that moment, the other Green-Wind Wolves swarmed him, leaving the youth struggling helplessly, his eyes filled with despair and grief. Sigh. Lu Xingxin let out a soft sigh as he witnessed this scene. Though his family taught him to avoid meddling in trouble while traveling, urging caution, and to assess his abilities before taking action, never acting impulsively, he found it hard to ignore something so dire now that it was right in front of him. Greenwood entanglement. Lu Xingxin formed incantation gestures with his hands, and suddenly green gold vines sprouted from the ground, ensnaring the Green-Wind Wolves. Sar the Noveland at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. One vine wrapped around the white-clothed youth, pulling him toward Lu Xingxin. Roar! The Green-Wind Wolf King noticed immediately, let out a furious roar, and unleashed wind blades swirling around its body, heading straight for Lu Xingxin. Bang! Lu Xingxin hurriedly summoned a shield, its flowing radiance blocking the incoming barrage. Gripping the nearly unconscious, gravely weakened youth in his arms, Lu Xingxin dared not linger, fleeing hastily. Without using talismans, he was truly no match for the Green-Wind Wolves, especially now when he had a liability to take care of. After running for an extended period, Lu Xingxin noticed the Green-Wind Wolf King relentlessly pursuing them, likely tracking the scent. No, this won't do. If I keep going, I may draw other demon beasts too. Reluctantly, Lu Xingxian retrieved a second-order middle-grade fire talisman from his pocket and launched it at the Green-Wind Wolf King. Faced with the attack, the Wolf King's fur was singed severely, fear and apprehension flickering in its eyes as it abandoned the chase. Phew! Seeing this, Lu Xingxian sighed in relief and carried the white-clothed youth to a safer spot to tend to his injuries. Though he was no expert at combat, he was well suited to healing. "Thank you." The white-clothed youth, breath faint and erratic, weakly murmured his gratitude to Lu Xingxian. But as soon as he finished, his tense mental spirit finally relaxed, causing him to faint entirely. Sigh, what a mess this is. Lu Xingxian looked at the unconscious young man in his arms and sighed helplessly. That day, Lu Changxing was at Baishui Lake enjoying himself with Bai Ling, Chu Zhenzhen, and several other ladies. Suddenly, he felt a rush of pure mana. With a brief glance, he immediately understood that his son Lu Pingon had achieved a breakthrough. This surge of cultivation energy wasn't particularly significant, but it was enough to push him to his current limit. Following the conclusion of the lake outing, Lu Changxing went to Mount Sumerus Cave Heaven and entered Changxing Hall to meditate. He circulated his cultivation technique to prepare for his breakthrough. For Lu Changxing, such progression was naturally smooth and effortless. Boom! Several days later, his Qi Ocean core bubbled turbulently as yin-yang mana surged, the golden core radiated dazzling colors, and his physique reverberated with the pulsating energy of yin-yang qi. 3 years after reaching core formation, Lu Changxing finally advanced from the initial stage to the second level. This pace was largely thanks to the yin-yang integration spirit pill. Otherwise, apart from dual cultivation, he hadn't practiced seriously at all during these 3 years, and the support from his children due to the disparity in cultivation levels was minimal. Breaking through before entering the Tianyuan secret realm, this is not bad. Lu Changxing smiled pleased as he exited Changxing Hall. As usual, he checked on the status of Cave Heaven Spirit Vein, estimating it would need another year or so to advance to third-order Spirit Vein. Yet what excited him more than the Spirit Vein's progress was the impending emergence of the Hong Lian. Emerging from Mount Sumerus Cave Heaven, he stood atop Blue Cloud Peak, overlooking the bustling activity at Biyun Villa. The grand banquet held previously to celebrate Lu Wangsha's foundation establishment ceremony was about to commence, and the family forces in attendance had gathered from afar. For those traveling long distances, by Lake Mountain naturally arranged accommodations. At the Lu family mansion, Lu Miaoyun informed Lu Changxing that Lu Xianxia had sought him out a few days prior. He had reported the successful formation of the Blackwater Dragon spirit weapon, with the first second-order Blackwater Jiaolong spirit weapon having ascended. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1277. Oh? The Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldiers have advanced? Lu Changsheng's brow lifted slightly upon hearing this, a trace of joy appearing on his face. Years ago, he invested considerable time and effort into cultivating this batch of Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldiers. However, their growth was painfully slow. Despite his heavy investment of resources, along with the assistance of ancient beast-taming charms, their speed remained frustratingly sluggish, eventually prompting him to lose interest. Yet now, one of the Dao soldiers had finally achieved second-rank advancement, making him feel somewhat pleased. "Xianxia, come see me." Lu Changxing enveloped the entire Blue Cloud Peak with his divine sense and summoned his son, Lu Xianxia, who was training iron fire ants, intending to inspect the second-rank Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldier. Soon after, Lu Xianxia arrived at the Lu family mansion. Upon seeing Lu Changxing and the others, he respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. "Xianxia greets father and aunt." Lu Changxing nodded faintly and, accompanied by Lu Xianxia, ascended to the summit of Blue Cloud Peak, saying, "Release the second-rank Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldier for me to see." "Yes, father." Lu Xianxia responded reverently, then retrieved the ancient beast-taming charm and activated the beast technique spell. Buzz! The ancient charm radiated brilliant light, and a streak of black aura shot forth, manifesting as a pitch-black Jiaolong roughly 3 zhang, 9 meters, long and as thick as a barrel, its hide covered with dense, dark scales. The Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldier had a pair of short legs beneath its body shimmering with a cold, obsidian gleam, and a solitary small black horn atop its head. Huarg! As the Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldier emerged, a surge of aqueous energy spread across the surroundings, causing the creature to soar on misty clouds. A second-rank Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldier, its innate monster techniques awakened: Blackwater Divine Light, Cloud Soaring Technique, and Illusion Mist Technique. Lu Changsheng scrutinized the Dao soldier before him. The Blackwater Jiaolong spell refined demon beasts into Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldiers, with notable differences in appearance during the first rank. Upon advancing to second rank, aside from retaining some minor traits, they largely metamorphosize into the form of a Blackwater Jiaolong. When Dao soldiers reach third rank, unless the demon beast's original bloodline was extraordinary and its innate talents remarkable, few of their original features remain, as they are entirely transformed into the likeness of a Blackwater Jiaolong. Though it's only second rank and its combat strength is limited, using it as a mount does have a certain prestige. Lu Changsheng chuckled faintly at the sight of the imposing Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldier before him. This Dao soldier belonged to the water element. Its full combat effectiveness could only be unleashed within aquatic environments. Brought outside, its abilities were no more than average at best. Nonetheless, its appearance was impressive, ferocious and dignified, with a semblance of the majestic aura of a Jiaolong. Is there only one second-rank Blackwater Jiaolong at present? Lu Changsheng turned to Lu Xianxia. In response to father, currently there is only this one Dao soldier that has advanced to second rank. 5 others are progressing, 3 are on the verge of advancing, and at most within a year, they will achieve second rank, Lu Xianxia reported dutifully. Lu Changsheng had reared a total of 81 Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldiers. Among the earlier members refined from Bi-blood Carp Kings and various low to mid-tier bloodline demon beasts, their foundation was relatively weak, so he opted for simpler cultivation, without the intention of accelerating them to second rank. After all, even if these Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldiers reached second rank, their potential was exhausted, making advancement to third rank almost impossible. However, the 9 Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldiers subject to more intensive cultivation were also of merely high-tier bloodline grade. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, stepping onto the head of the Blackwater Jiaolong. Although the Blackwater Jiaolong soldier charm had been handed over to Lu Xianxia, these Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldiers were all forged by him using the Blackwater Jiaolong spell, giving them an innate reverence and submissiveness toward him, remaining under his control. Come here. Lu Changsheng raised his hand lightly, pulling his son Lu Xianxia onto the head of the Blackwater Jiaolong as well, preparing to test its prowess. The Blackwater Jiaolong bellowed fiercely, its scales shimmering, surrounded by swirling mist as torrents of aqueous vapor surged around it, propelling it toward Baishui Lake. What's that? A Jiaolong? That's a second-rank Jiaolong. When did our family acquire a second-rank Jiaolong? Its father alongside Xianxia. Many on Blue Cloud Peak noted the commotion, noticing a fearsome black Jiaolong flying toward Baishui Lake with an aura of majesty, upon whose ferocious head stood 2 figures. Discussions arose in astonishment. Apart from the 9 Netherhound guarding White Tiger Mountain, Bai Lake Mountain actually possesses another second-rank spiritual beast? CTH novel. F.I.R. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Could this second-rank Jiaolong possibly be Lu Ancestor's mount? What is Lu Ancestor planning to do? Cultivators visiting by Lake Mountain for the ceremony were astounded, shocked, and filled with envy at the spectacle. Although this type of second-rank Dao soldier was entirely insignificant to Lu Changsheng, kept for amusement, to cultivators from other families, it would be akin to a second-order great demon, a clan guardian spirit beast. Particularly, the Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldier boasted an extremely striking appearance. As it soared high in the sky, were it not examined closely, it could easily be mistaken for a demon beast with earth-grade bloodline. Roar! As the Blackwater Jiaolong reached the skies over Baishui Lake, its excitement visibly increased, becoming enveloped in a heavy mist, causing waves to surge upward from the lake. "Settle down." Lu Changsheng frowned with displeasure, pressing his foot against the Jialong's head. This Bai Shui lake belonged to his family, stocked with numerous spiritual fish. What if they ended up harmed? The Blackwater Jialong whimpered softly, retracting its imposing air. Soon after, a Bai Lake Mountain token appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand. This token carried partial formation restrictions, allowing activation of the Bai Lake Mountain Great Formation. Through the token, Lu Changsheng activated the second transformation of the Bai Lake Mountain Great Formation, Bihu Stream Layers. From Bai Shui Lake, columns of water erupted skyward, layers of mist spread, cloaking the surroundings in azure currents and foggy haze, isolating this portion of the heavens and earth. Then Lu Changsheng turned to his son, Lu Xianxia, saying, "Xianxia, release all the Dao soldiers except those currently advancing." Within his Qi Ocean Core, the Yin-Yang Great Path Golden Core orbited around the Tianyuan Supreme King Lotus, radiating brilliant resplendence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1278. Boom, boom, boom. With the thunderous roar emanating from his dantian, Lu Changsheng exuded a profound aura belonging to the Black Dragon Codex. This was the dominion over all techniques from the Yin-Yang creation scripture. As long as he fully comprehended the cultivation technique, he could leverage its magical properties and the Tianyuan Supreme King Lotus to transform Yin-Yang magic power into this potent strength. At the same time, Lu Xianxia released the remaining 75 Blackwater Jialong Dao soldiers. Xianxia the novel, NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Immediately, the surroundings were occupied by massive black flood dragons and dragonfish. These Dao soldiers were all first rank and displayed significant differences in appearance. However, their uniform ebony-black color and orderly formation collectively emanated an awe-inspiring majesty. Dao Soldier Talisman. Lu Changsheng glanced at his son and continued speaking. Without asking further questions, Lu Xianxia promptly retrieved a palm-sized ink-black soldier token. It was etched with an image of a Blackwater Jialong soaring through the heavens. Unlike Lu Changsheng, who had cultivated the Black Dragon Codex, Lu Xianxia did not possess this cultivation and thus needed the Dao Soldier Talisman to command the Blackwater Jialong Dao soldiers, as they usually wouldn't obey him. Blackwater Jialong Spell, Blackwater Jialong Battle Formation. Lu Changsheng took the token, glanced at the soldiers, and gestured with incantations using both hands. Swish, swish, swish. The 75 Dao soldiers immediately began aligning neatly, their inner Blackwater Jialong spell activating automatically. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the first-rank Blackwater Jialong Dao soldiers fused their auras with the second-rank Blackwater Jialong beneath Lu Changsheng's feet, causing the demonic power from all Blackwater Jialong Dao soldiers to gather, gradually morphing into a colossal flood dragon phantom. The flood dragon phantom stood 5 or 6 zhang tall, exceptionally tangible, radiating an intimidating mid-second rank aura. Lu Xianxia saw this spectacle, his expression filled with astonishment and terror. He had always known that his father was incredibly extraordinary, far from a typical foundation establishment cultivator. Yet witnessing his father's methods firsthand left him utterly shaken. Especially this immense flood dragon phantom. Its presence alone overwhelmed him, making him feel insignificant and weak, sending shivers down his soul. Rumor has it that some profound and exquisite cultivation techniques allow nurtured Dao soldiers to form formations, which can enhance the master's power significantly. Could this be my father's life path Dao soldiers? Lu Xianxia speculated internally. His cultivation technique, the beast technique, also contained methods for nurturing Dao soldiers, but he hadn't yet accessed them. Not bad. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly as he observed the flood dragon phantom. It was no wonder that in years past, Azure Phoenix Immortal, at the initial stage of core formation, could confront cultivators at the late stage of core formation head-on. Even this small contingent of Dao soldiers could enable an initial foundation establishment cultivator to challenge one at the late stage. If there were 500 Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldiers, they might be able to defeat a foundation establishment peak cultivator outright, perhaps even contend against a false core expert. Considering that his family's great formation could only offer basic concealment, Lu Changxing chose not to test the offensive capabilities of the Flood Dragon Phantom further. Instead, he gestured once more, activating another technique. Roar! The Flood Dragon Phantom let out a resounding roar before dissolving into ethereal light and coiling around Lu Changxing. In an instant, Lu Changxing's azure robe transformed, and a fierce black dragon armor slowly condensed over him. The armor was adorned with intricate runes, while its shoulders bore two menacing black dragon head pauldrons. These dragon heads appeared alive, with dark golden vertical pupils and faint dragon breath emanating from their snouts, making it seem as though a black dragon coiled around Lu Changxing, granting him a cold and imposing aura, like that of a sovereign emperor. Standing nearby, Lu Xianxia gazed at his father in this form, his entire being overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation. Even though Lu Changxing was merely testing the armor without unleashing his magical aura, the intrinsic dragon might from the Black Dragon Codex made Lu Xianxia's body tense, his heartbeat pounding against his chest, almost compelling him to bow in submission. This was not a pressure born of cultivation-level disparity. Rather, it was an innate suppression of spirits and willpower, much like the natural suppression of bloodline hierarchy between demon beasts. Later, head to Xuanfu Peak and acclimate yourself to the Dragon Blood Tree's aura. Lu Changxing spoke, his calm voice carrying an undeniable authority this time. Understood, father. Lu Xianxia, realizing his behavior had slightly displeased his father, quickly activated the beast technique and straightened his posture forcefully. Now that Pingon has broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, with these Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldiers, even without invoking the 100 Refinements treasure body art, they could spar against foundation establishment late-stage cultivators. Once the 9-headed Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldiers all advanced to second rank, alongside quasi-third-tier body refining, they should be able to face off against someone like Sima Tong, a false core cultivator, and even suppress them. Lu Changxing contemplated internally. This brief experiment had given him a thorough understanding of his Dao soldiers' capabilities. For him personally, they were of little use. However, for his children cultivating the Black Dragon Codex, the Dao soldiers represented a significant force. Even if his children had just reached foundation establishment, commanding this contingent alone could allow them to confront cultivators at the foundation establishment late stage head-on. In cases of weaker opponents, they might even achieve a clean victory. Alright, withdraw the Dao soldiers. These second-rank Dao soldiers can be maintained with regular training now. There's no need to allocate excessive resources for their development. The black dragon armor dissipated from Lu Changxing's body as he addressed his son, Lu Xianxia. Cultivating Dao soldiers was exceptionally resource-intensive. Over the past decades, Lu Changxing had invested resources worth tens of thousands into the Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldiers. Advancing them to third rank would require resources beyond imagination. Additionally, Dao soldiers, no matter how much was spent, demanded enormous time investment. Moreover, the foundational quality of these Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldiers was quite average. While advancing to second rank was feasible, progressing to third rank remained exceedingly difficult. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1279. How about waiting to find some Earth-grade bloodline or Heaven-grade bloodline Flood Dragon offspring in the future, refining them into Dao soldiers? It would be much easier to nurture them then. Yes, father. Lu Xianxia replied respectfully. As a beast tamer, he naturally understood how resource-intensive it was to nurture spirit beasts and Dao soldiers. These resources were enough to cultivate multiple foundation establishment cultivators. I wonder how much stronger my Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldier is compared to the Su family's Water Serpent Dao soldiers. At this moment, Lu Changsheng recalled the two famous Dao soldiers of the beast-taming Su family in Jiang country. Water Serpent Dao soldiers. Fire Crow Dao soldiers. In Lu Changsheng's view, it seemed inevitable that he would have to face the Su family one day. One reason was the minor grievances between the two families. Another was that the Qingyun region could not accommodate two nascent soul noble families. When Hong Lian emerges, I can let her cultivate a fire element Dao soldier. If there's truly going to be a showdown in the future, a clash of Dao soldiers would be rather interesting. Lu Changsheng chuckled softly, thinking to himself. Hong Lian had several methods for nurturing fire element Dao soldiers. However, nurturing Dao soldiers was truly complex, cumbersome, and costly in terms of money and time. Therefore, Lu Changsheng had only cultivated the Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldier. Now that the family was much wealthier, if it didn't require his own time and energy, Lu Changsheng was still willing to spend money for Hong Lian to cultivate 1 or 2 Dao soldiers to enhance the family's foundation. He activated the Mountain Lord token and disabled the effects of the formation blue water layered streams. Lu Changsheng rode the Blackwater Jiaolong and, along with Lu Xianxia, returned to Baiyun Peak. What just happened? Did the Mountain Lord just put on a show of strength and demonstrate his power? Many people looked at Lu Changsheng atop the Jiaolong's head with reverence and awe. Earlier, although the formation had concealed and shielded the presence of energy, some cultivators near Lake Hartvilla had faintly sensed a terrifying aura of pressure. Daddy! Daddy! As soon as Lu Changsheng returned to Baiyun Peak and dismounted from the Blackwater Jiaolong, his daughter Lu Lingyi, Lu Qingqi, and several other little ones gathered around, looking at him with ingratiating expressions. Xianxia, take your younger siblings out for a stroll and have some fun. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Although many of the children in the family had ridden spirit boats and iron feather eagles, riding a Jiaolong was undoubtedly a different experience. After all, in various handbooks, ancient texts, and storybooks, there were countless tales of people riding dragons and phoenixes. If, when the remaining Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldiers ascend to the second rank, I have 9 Jiaolong pulling a carriage, it would surely outshine the scene of Su family's second ancestor with his wind thunder steeds back then. At this moment, Lu Changsheng recalled the time in the Purple Shadow secret realm when the false core patriarch of the beast-taming Su family commanded 9 wind thunder steeds to pull his spirit vessel, which was grand beyond words. Although his Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldier was no match for the wind thunder steeds in terms of combat power or speed, in terms of grandeur and momentum, it did not fall short and perhaps even surpass them. Yuna, Jinjin, if you would like to give it a try, I'll let you experience it later too. Seeing Lu Miaoyun and the others also gazing at the Blackwater Jiaolong, Lu Changsheng chuckled aloud. During dinner, Lu Changsheng spoke to his son Lu Pingon. Pingon, make time to study the Dao soldier secret techniques and battle formation methods in the Black Dragon Codex. This Dao soldier could indeed be passed down. But for now, within the Lu family, aside from Lu Changsheng, only Lu Pingon could utilize and wield its power effectively. Yes, father. Lu Pingon nodded in response. 6 days later, Lu Wangsha's foundation establishment ceremony was about to take place. The protagonist of this event, Lu Wangshu, had finally returned to Bai Lake Mountain from Flower Fruit Mountain. Since Lu Changsheng intended for his son Lu Pingon to appear prominently during the ceremony, Xia Zhiyue had yet to return and was still stationed at Flower Fruit Mountain. Hey, Lu Xianxia, you've got something so amazing and you didn't tell me. Lu Wangshu, upon seeing a new Jiaolong in the household during her absence, exclaimed immediately. Sister Wangshu, this is the same Blackwater Dragon Serpent from before. It only advanced to the second rank a few days ago, enabling it to fly. Lu Xianxia explained. Let me have a go with it. Lu Wangshu looked at the Blackwater Jiaolong Dao soldier before her with a face full of curiosity and said. Soon, Lu Xianxia handed the symbol of the Blackwater Jiaolong to Lu Wangshu and gave her a rough overview of how to control it. A short while later, at Bai Shui Lake, Lu Wangshu was riding atop the second-rank Blackwater Jiaolong. Nearby, Lu Xianxia, Lu Qingxian, Lu Qingqi, Lu Lingyi, and Lu Qingli were riding Blackwater Dragonfish, having the time of their lives. Hiss, These spirit beasts have similar colors. Could it be that the Lu family is nurturing Dao soldiers? Some Foundation establishment ancestors witnessing this scene could not help but speculate with amazement and suspicion in their hearts. Although the name of Dao soldiers was widely known, aside from the 4 great immortal sects and nascent soul noble families like the beast-taming Su family, no other forces cultivated them. It wasn't that they didn't want to cultivate them. On one hand, they lacked the heritage of domesticated soldiers. On the other hand, they lacked the capability and financial means. Everyone knew that the resources required to cultivate a Dao soldier were astronomical, not to mention Foundation establishment families. Even for nascent soul noble families, it was a significant burden. Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Although By Lake Mountain cannot afford to cultivate Dao soldiers, it is highly likely they have some kind of Dao soldier heritage. Now, with the Lu ancestor backed by the Qingyun sect and Kaiyun Peak, and with prodigies like Lu Pingan and Lu Wangshu in the family, they might truly become a nascent soul noble family in the future. The Lu family of By Lake Mountain, truly terrifying. Many Foundation establishment ancestors who had come to offer congratulations marveled and sighed in astonishment at the strength, foundation, and potential of By Lake Mountain's Lu family. Lu Wangshu. Lu Lingxiao, upon hearing of Lu Wangshu's return, immediately sought out his elder sister to spar with her. He knew of Lu Wangshu's achievements at the Red Leaf Valley Market and understood he wasn't her match, but he still wanted to gauge the gap between them. After a long while, Lu Lingxiao, work hard and show some respect for your elder sister in daily life, understood? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1280, Lu Wangshu, dressed in a pink and white dress, her face bright and charming, smiled as she patted her younger brother's shoulder. In her heart, she was grateful for the profound origin bead given by her father. Otherwise, facing Lu Lingxiao, she would have had to use talismans and talisman soldiers. Understood, Sister Wangs. Lu Lingxiao's mouth twitched and he called out with a tense face. He hadn't expected the gap between himself and Lu Wangshu to be so large, not even pushing her to use her talisman formation skills. However, he was not discouraged, as he had come primarily to see the difference between them. He planned to spar with Lu Wangshu again after creating his life-bound spiritual artifact and refining his Foundation establishment spell. 5 days later, Lu Wangshu's Foundation establishment ceremony officially began. However, to all the guests, this ceremony was not only Lu Wangshu's Foundation establishment ceremony but also Lu family's eldest son Lu Pingan's false core ceremony and Lu Chongqing, the Lu family ancestor's talisman master ceremony. Therefore, this ceremony was exceedingly grand. Every force representative or individual loose cultivator who came to congratulate was presented with a congratulatory gift. Even many small chi refinement families and small forces that weren't invited prepared gifts to come to Blue Lake Mountain. After all, for those small family forces, this was an opportunity. If they could become acquainted with the Lu family through gift giving, it would be worth any expense. Xie family from Lingxi Lake, 5th elder, came to congratulate, presenting 3 Foundation establishment spirit herbs and 1 top-level spiritual artifact. Owner Yen from Misty Rain Market came to congratulate, presenting a 2nd-rank monster core. Lu ancestor from Qinzhou Mountain came to congratulate, presenting 10 jade green bamboo treasures. Generally, the higher the cultivation level and the larger the force behind, the more generous the congratulatory gift. However, these matters are all about social exchanges. In the future, when these forces host ceremonies, the Lu family also needs to reciprocate. Such a ceremony is truly grand. It was about 39 years ago when the Lu family was established on Blue Lake Mountain. I came with the ancestor to attend the ceremony, who knew that Blue Lake Mountain would now become a false core family. I always knew the Lu family on Blue Lake Mountain would rise, but I never expected it to rise so quickly. Alas, back then, it was because a direct daughter of the Luo family was noticed by the Lu ancestor and taken as a concubine that the Luo family rapidly rose over the years, having two Qi refinement great circle cultivators to oversee. Unfortunately, ordinary women now do not catch the eye of the Lu ancestor. Many guests, hearing these congratulatory gifts and watching the coming and going foundation establishment cultivators, exchanged whispers and marveled. Saw the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The forces that frequently interacted with Blue Lake Mountain were particularly moved. They had witnessed the establishment and rise of Blue Lake Mountain's Lu family. But who would have thought, in the blink of an eye, Blue Lake Mountain had grown to such a degree, becoming a behemoth. Bai Yunyang, the ancestor of the Hundred Birds Lake by family, looked at the scenes before him, feeling a bit dazed. When Lu Changsheng attacked Blue Lake Mountain back then, he had helped out. Now, more than 30 years later, his Hundred Birds Lake still had only one foundation establishment cultivator. And Blue Lake Mountain now officially had 9 foundation establishment cultivators, a world of difference between the two. It wasn't that the Bai family had developed poorly. In 39 years, following Blue Lake Mountain and relying on the Red Leaf Valley market, the Bai family's strength had almost doubled compared to before. But no family had developed like Blue Lake Mountain. Hong Yi also came to Blue Lake Mountain with a congratulatory gift. Looking at the scene before him, he was filled with emotion. 60 years ago, if someone had told him Lu Changsheng could grow to this extent, he wouldn't have believed it even if they killed him. In his heart, he was incredibly grateful to know Lu Changsheng and to have fostered good relations. If I could see Xuanji achieve foundation establishment, I, Hong Yi, would have no regrets in this life. Hong Yi recalled that a few days ago, his son Hong Xuanji told him he was preparing for foundation establishment. The reason was simple: his wife, Lu Caizhen, had requested a foundation establishment elixir for him. At the time of hearing this, Hong Yi felt like he was dreaming, thinking he was hallucinating. After all, foundation establishment elixirs were precious. Even though he had years of friendship with Lu Changsheng, he didn't dare ask for a foundation establishment elixir. Now the other has taken the initiative to give his son an opportunity. Although he felt his son's chance of achieving foundation establishment was low, he still brought out all the family savings, letting him purchase foundation establishment spirit objects and prepare well. This ceremony, Lu Changsheng just went through the motions. Mainly, it was Lu Pingan, Lu Wangshu, and Lu Xingyang who made appearances. Since Lu Miaoge had previously said she would present a few third-rank talismans as a giveaway at the ceremony, Lu Changsheng also took out 5 ready third-rank lower-quality talismans for a simple auction. The enthusiasm of the foundation establishment cultivators present exceeded Lu Changsheng's expectations, with each third-rank talisman fetching tens of thousands of spirit stones. However, of the 5 third-rank talismans, except for 2 that were purely sold at high spirit stone prices, the other 3 involved a trade of spirit stones plus item exchanges. This made Lu Changsheng realize that this stuff was sometimes more effective than foundation establishment elixirs. Or rather, foundation establishment elixirs were mostly needed by family forces, while third-rank talismans were needed by both family forces and loose cultivators, especially those who risked their lives on the line, adventuring and exploring secret realms, these loose cultivators. Rest assured, everyone our Blue Lake Mountain Lu family still adheres to the development path of harmony and shared prosperity, and will not proactively make enemies with any family forces. After the ceremony had progressed to a certain point, Lu Changsheng spoke up. Although nobody fully believed and trusted such words, but with Blue Lake Mountain's current strength and reputation, Lu Changsheng, the ancestor, saying these words carried a certain weight. Thus, with the newly established Lu Family Commerce Association not yet fully set up, many forces were already willing to join voluntarily to form a commerce alliance. However, in these matters, Lu Changsheng did not concern himself, leaving it for Lu Xingyang and others to arrange and handle. After all, he only set the family's general direction. It was for the children to implement, and he had no leisure to worry. However, facing the enthusiasm of various family forces, after some thought, Lu Changsheng still accepted 5 maidservants to show goodwill. After the ceremony ended, Lu Changsheng returned to continue spending his days with his wives, concubines, and children, occasionally making talismans, teaching Li Xingrua alchemy, and child-rearing. Half a month later, congratulations to the host's first offspring for becoming a second-order spiritual plant master, receiving 1 lottery chance. Second-order spiritual plant master? Lu Changsheng's brow lightly raised, momentarily unsure which child had advanced to a second-order spiritual plant master. Because the path of spiritual plants, among the 100 arts of cultivation, was the simplest, many of his children followed it. It should be Xingyue, right? Lu Changsheng thought for a moment, considering his daughter Lu Xingyue to be the likeliest. Though he had several children who were top-level spiritual plant masters, either their cultivation level was a bit low, or they had only recently advanced. Only daughter Lu Xingyue fit the bill. And a few days ago, Lu Xingyue was preparing to nurture her divine sense before foundation establishment, then impact foundation establishment. Having her divine sense would greatly help with these skills. Lu Changsheng did not dwell much on it, silently thinking, system, draw. A light red roulette appeared, and golden light began to spin. A moment later, the golden light stopped on the magical treasure section. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical treasure, Formless Treasure Wheel. The reward has been sent to the system space, and the host can check it anytime. A crystal clear, faintly golden glowing treasure wheel, etched with ancient patterns, emerged from the roulette as a system prompt sounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1281, Magical Treasure? Lu Changsheng looked at the reward and raised his brows slightly. In his earlier years, he felt indifferent about magical treasures. Now that he had broken through to core formation and had no suitable treasures on hand, he found himself looking forward to obtaining one. He considered using the system to draw a few handy magical treasures. After all, crafting a magical treasure himself would be immensely time-consuming. Lu Changsheng's mental spirit moved as he gazed into the system space. Magic artifact, Formless Treasure Wheel. Grade, Superior Quality Treasure. Description, Formless creates infinite phenomena. This treasure will can empower various techniques and divine skills, golden core law domains, forming the formless domain that derives infinite transformations and defies prediction. Formless domain. This magical treasure seems to have something interesting. Lu Changsheng squinted as he read the description of the formless treasure wheel before him. He recalled hearing about realms from Honglian. When one breaks through core formation into nascent soul true lord, the law domain advances further, enabling the practitioner to shatter the void and condense a fragmented independent space. This space could not only be used for combat but also for storage, or even as a residence. And this space is known as a realm. Extract. Lu Changsheng immediately extracted the formless treasure wheel from the system space, eager to test its effects and examine the realm it could generate. In an instant, a 3-foot-long crystal-clear wheel adorned with intricate golden patterns appeared, radiating a faint golden light. See Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Simultaneously, Lu Changsheng gained a detailed understanding of this magical treasure's capabilities. This treasure wheel was primarily functional and lacked proactive offensive capabilities. However, it could enhance any technique or divine skill, boosting their efficacy by approximately 30% while generating illusory attacks, leaving opponents defenseless. This effect could also augment the core formation law domain, enhancing its power, restricting mana, and disrupting mental spirits. This was the formless treasure wheel's mode of attack. Beyond offense, its defensive capabilities allowed it to form a protective domain and spiritual shielding. The effects were fairly impressive, even comparable to low-quality and some middle-grade defensive treasures. If faced with an unmanageable attack, it could also activate the formless domain, using the realm space to absorb and withstand the assault. However, once the realm was broken, this magical treasure would be nearly ruined. The formless domain was essentially an independent space opened through the gateway of the formless treasure wheel. This space could be used for storing items, suppressing enemies, isolating poisonous vapors, mists, and other methods. As for residing inside, it was indeed possible. But the interior was extremely small, devoid of spiritual energy, akin to emptiness, dry, monotonous, and capable of driving one to madness. This formless domain pairs perfectly with my yin-yang qi grasp. Lu Changsheng's expression brightened as he examined the magical treasure's abilities. While the treasure wheel's offensive and defensive capabilities were merely adequate for him, the formless domain's features brought him unparalleled delight. The formless domain, when used to subdue enemies, could strip their senses, immobilize their mana, and function as a portable prison. His yin-yang qi grasp's inherent ability to capture, suppress, and restrain aligned seamlessly. If he used yin-yang qi grasp to apprehend and suppress an opponent, then transferred them into the formless domain, even a core formation true master might be powerless to resist or escape. Previously, though his yin-yang grasp was overwhelming and tyrannical, it could only suppress an enemy briefly, lacking the ability for prolonged containment. But if I encounter a tough adversary who breaks the realm, this magical treasure would be rendered useless. Lu Changsheng was also keenly aware of the drawbacks. After all, becoming a core formation true master was no easy feat, requiring extensive trump cards and strategies. Under the combined suppression of yin-yang qi grasp and the formless treasure wheel, an opponent still might find a way to shatter the formless domain and escape through some means. As long as I act swiftly, there shouldn't be too much trouble. Lu Changsheng mused silently. After all, if an opponent could easily break the formless domain, they wouldn't have been subdued by the treasure wheel to begin with. Besides, he had no reason to imprison anyone without necessity. Once subdued within the formless domain, the logical move would be to eliminate the enemy immediately. Sister Miaoge, Lu Changsheng remembered that in a few months, the Tianyuan's secret realm would be opening. He figured he should mention it to Lu Miaoge and then proceed with closed-door cultivation to refine the treasure. He planned to fully refine it before heading to the Tianyuan's secret realm. That way, even if unexpected situations arose, he'd have additional methods at his disposal. Inside a mountain cave. Taoist, you're awake. Lu Xingchen looked at the white-robed youth before him and spoke. One might say a good deed deserves to be carried through. After rescuing the young man and seeing him unconscious, Lu Xingchen had been tending to him and healing his injuries these past days. However, the severity of his injuries astounded Lu Xingchen. Not only was his body battered and scarred, but his meridians, Qi Ocean Core, and Dantian were in utter disarray. Yet, under such circumstances, he had still managed to hold his ground against a pack of green-winged wolves for so long. To Lu Xingchen, this was nothing short of a miracle. Had he not cultivated the Cauldron Medical King's scripture, and possessed an ample supply of elixir medicines, he might not have been able to save this person. In addition to his own abilities, Lu Xingchen could tell that the youth had an extraordinary physical body, likely enhanced by rare spiritual medicine or refined to the level of second rank. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the resilience to survive and endure under such conditions. Beyond that, Lu Xingchen also discerned that the youth was disguised. She was likely a woman. Thank you, Taoist, for saving me. Wang Yanjing's pale and frail face revealed gratitude as she spoke softly. She was well aware of the dire nature of her injuries, having nearly crossed death's threshold. During these days of unconsciousness, she often sensed a cool and soothing greenish energy flowing within her, dragging her back from the brink of death. Since we've crossed paths, it wouldn't sit right to leave you for dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1282. Lu Xingchen shook his head and said he had spared no effort to heal the other during these past days. After speaking, he glanced at the roasting turkey crackling with oil, sprinkled some powder on it, tore off a drumstick, and handed it to her. You've been gravely wounded and unconscious for such a long time. You must be hungry, right? Here. Wang Yanjing stared at the golden oil-dripping drumstick before her, slightly stunned. Her ordinary pale face quickly revealed a moving smile as she said, "Thank you. Taoist friend, your injuries seem severe. You must have used some kind of secret technique prior to this, am I correct?" Lu Xingchen tore off another drumstick for himself and casually asked. Though he wasn't young, he had never ventured far from home and remained curious about many things in the cultivation world. During the healing process, he had noticed that the other person was no ordinary individual. Curiosity drove him to inquire further, to confirm his judgment. Of course, he also wanted to subtly probe her situation, to determine whether it was good or bad. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yanjing's heart skipped a beat as she realized he was probing her circumstances. Reflecting on the past few days, she assumed he had already deduced most of her situation. In a weak and low voice, she replied, "Yes, I was originally a foundation establishment cultivator. But shortly after breaking through, I used a secret technique, which caused my cultivation level to fall to this state." Foundation establishment? Lu Xingchen was quite surprised, suddenly understanding why her physical body differed from that of an energy-refining cultivator. He refrained from asking too much all at once. As the two of them interacted over time, their relationship grew much closer, and Lu Xingchen came to understand her identity and circumstances. Her name was Li Jingyi, and she hailed from a foundation establishment family, serving as the family's foundation establishment seedling. 6 months ago, shortly after breaking through to foundation establishment, she was ambushed by an archenemy. The enemy had hired 2 foundation establishment great cultivators for reinforcements, and her family stood no chance against them. Protected by her elders who fought to the death and through the use of a secret technique, she narrowly escaped with her life and fled to this location. Her cultivation level had fallen from foundation establishment back to the 7th level of energy refinement, and her meridians and dantian were in disarray. Relying on a treasure hunting and medicine collecting technique she cultivated in her youth, she came here searching for spiritual medicine, only to be attacked by a pack of green-winged wolves, including a mutant wolf king, which caused her injuries to erupt. As a clan cultivator and a foundation establishment seedling of the Lu family at By Lake Mountain, Lu Xingchen found her experiences quite touching. Saw the novel of Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Several days later, "Miss Li, if you have no place to go for now, I can escort you to my family's marketplace for temporary shelter." Through their days of interaction, Lu Xingchen felt that she was quite decent and was willing to offer a helping hand. Considering her talent, should she recover her foundation establishment in the future, this could form a beneficial connection. As for her family feud, Lu Xingchen was undaunted. First, her family was not in the Qingyun domain but in the Wuxia region, which was far away. Second, both families were foundation establishment families with only 2 foundation establishment cultivators guarding them, posing little threat. If that's the case, thank you, Lu Taoist. Wang Yanjing had now shed her boyish appearance and assumed her true form as a 20-year-old young woman. Though her looks were unremarkable, her round and jade-like demeanor exuded the elegance of a prominent family. Through their interactions over the past few days, she realized that Lu Xingchen, despite his foundation establishment cultivation level, had little worldly experience. His character remained straightforward and honest, kind-hearted and generous. Knowing her injuries would take time to heal, she thought it best to find shelter in the marketplace and plan her next steps. "All right." Lu Xingchen smiled warmly, his face gentle and scholarly. His offer to take her to his family's marketplace was spurred by his urgency to return home. He felt he had been delayed too long due to her circumstances. If delayed any longer, his family would worry about his well-being. Qingyun sect. On this day, Sima Qiuhua and the great elder of the Sima family arrived at the enforcement hall of Qingyun sect. Their delay in coming to the enforcement hall to ransom Sima Tong was not intentional. 20,000 spirit stones was no small figure. Even though the Sima family was a false core family, gathering such a sum required some maneuvering. Plus, there was a spirit land and 10 shops to consider. Although the Qingyun sect had made its demands clear, they dared not act rashly. Yet they couldn't leave the spirit land's crops or shop assets behind and needed time to handle everything. The speed at which they resolved these matters was already impressive. Upon arriving at the enforcement hall, they expressed their intentions. The elder at the enforcement hall did not deliberately make things difficult for them. After inspecting the spirit stones within their storage bag and verifying the property deeds for the spirit land and shops, he escorted them to see Sima Tong. Second uncle. Ancestor. The great elder of the Sima family and Sima Chihua called out in trembling voices upon seeing the pale-faced and severely weakened Sima Tong. Sima Tong had not suffered any mistreatment or abuse during his captivity. However, the injuries he sustained battling Lu Pingon, including the self-detonation of his magical treasure, had only been superficially treated, leaving him debilitated. Wenyuan Chihua. Sima Tong's voice was hoarse and his appearance greatly aged as he responded weakly. Though he didn't know the finer details of what had transpired during these days, he had a general understanding, and his heart burned with frustration and anger. Second uncle, you've suffered. We'll take you back home now. Sima Wenyuan stepped forward to help Sima Tong out of the enforcement hall. The elder from the enforcement hall observed and said a few obligatory words, emphasizing how the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge and the Lu family of Bai Lake Mountain were both families under Qinjian's rule and how they should conduct themselves properly. After all, the matter was concluded with the judgment that the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge had initiated provocation and blatantly ambushed the Lu family of Bai Lake Mountain, stirring conflict between the two. Elder Su, we understand. Sima Wenyuan hurriedly cupped his hands in respect, offering a superior-grade spirit stone from his storage bag. Elder Su nodded slightly upon receiving the spirit stone and refrained from saying more. After giving several instructions to the disciples of the enforcement hall, he personally set off for Bai Lake Mountain to deliver the spirit stones and property deeds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1283. Lu Changxing, as a third-rank talisman master and favored by Kaiyun True Immortal, has been appointed as a visiting noble servant. Even though he holds the status of a false core immortal, enforcement elders are willing to show some respect and maintain good relations with Bai Lake Mountain. Wenyuan, how much spirit stone has the family spent on compensation this time? Sima Tong, seated on a spirit boat with Sima Wenyuan after departing Qingyun sect, asked in a faint and weak voice. Second uncle, Sima Wenyuan could tell that their family patriarch was not in a good state. If he were to hear about such compensations, he might erupt in rage, sending his chi blood into turmoil. Say it. I'm fine. Sima Tong sighed deeply and responded. 200,000 spirit stones, the spirit land at Hemming Mountain, and 10 shops. Sima Wenyuan reported in a low tone. What, ugh? Hearing those words, Sima Tong's eyes widened with shock. His fists clenched tightly, his pale face flushed red, and he spewed a mouthful of fresh blood. This journey not only cost his Sima family 4 young prodigies and a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator but also left him gravely injured and half-crippled. Even if he recuperated, he would be considered the lowest tier of false core immortals. And in these dire circumstances, his family had paid such an excessive amount of spirit stone assets just to save him. Agonizing. Sima Tong felt a unique grievance, anger like he had never experienced before. It was worth noting that he had earlier been suppressed by Lu Pingon, and upon waking, his storage bag had also been taken. Thus, this trip led to losses for the Sima family exceeding 1 million spirit stones. Second uncle, via the novel underscore. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sima Wenyuan quickly supported Sima Tong, channeling his mana to help soothe his meridians and stabilize his chi blood. With a visibly bitter expression, he said, Lu Changxing is backed by Kaiyun True Immortal and has become Qingyun sect's visiting noble servant. Furthermore, Kaiyun True Immortal personally intervened in this matter, leaving our Sima family absolutely no room for negotiation. Previously, Chihua had gone to seek an audience with Yuji True Immortal but was reprimanded instead over this issue. So, For this matter, even if we want revenge, we can only wait for the storm to pass and act covertly. Sima Wenyuan expressed grimly. Having suffered such devastating losses, the Sima family naturally didn't want to let the matter go. Especially with Bai Lake Mountain growing at such an unprecedented pace, it filled the Sima family with unease, unwilling to witness Lu family rise in power like this. Kai Yun True Immortal. Upon hearing that Kai Yun True Immortal had intervened, Sima Tong exhaled deeply, a sense of powerlessness surging in his heart. Qingyun sect. The insurmountable mountain looming over these family forces. And the nascent soul immortals of Qingyun sect. They are the mountain's rulers, holding the very power of life and death over them. Bai Lake Mountain, the Lu family. Endless rage, hatred, and murderous intent surged within Sima Tong's heart. But as he contemplated his current state, an air of helpless despair washed over him. With injuries of this severity, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to recuperate before he could engage in combat. Even then, he estimated that he would still fail to contend with Lu Pingon. But in that instant, he recalled escaping to Misty Rain Market during his plight, only for the marketplace to activate its great formation and refuse aid, leaving him to perish. If the market had intervened at that time, he might have escaped, and his family might not have suffered such losses. Humph! Sima Tong snorted coldly, recounting the Misty Rain Market incident to Sima Wenyuan. Unable to touch Bai Lake Mountain Lu family, surely they could deal with a mere marketplace. A chance to not only recover some losses but also make a statement, affirming that their family remains a force among the false core families. Bai Lake Mountain. Biyun Villa, within a grand hall. Thank you, Elder Su, matters like these could have been notified through others. Lu Miaoyun promptly received the enforcement elder from Qingyun sect upon hearing of his arrival, to provide hospitality. Haha, this elder happened to have some free time, and considering Bai Lake Mountain isn't far from Qingyun sect, decided to personally make the trip. The enforcement elder was visibly disappointed at Lu Changsheng's absence. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to establish familiarity with Lu Changsheng and Lu Pingon. Having managed family affairs for years, Lu Miaoyun had cultivated shrewdness and tact. She explained that her husband had entered closed-door cultivation after a recent epiphany, while her eldest son, Lu Pingon, was currently at White Tiger Mountain. Assuring that if Elder Su had pressing matters, she would notify her husband promptly. Haha, this elder carries no particular matter, only admiration for the illustrious Bai Lake Mountain Lord. Upon hearing that Lu Changxing was in closed-door cultivation, the enforcement elder refrained from disturbing him. After some casual chatter, he rose to take his leave. Elder Su, thank you for your troubles this trip. Please accept this humble token of gratitude. Lu Miaoyun presented a jade box to Elder Su. Utilizing his divine sense, Elder Su glanced inside and was stunned by the discovery, a third-rank talisman. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer generosity of Bai Lake Mountain. No doubt, this act confirmed that the Bai Lake Mountain Lord's talisman path skills had reached third rank long ago. His expression brightened as he said warmly, Lady Lu, this is far too kind. Should your family encounter obstacles in substantiating your spirit land or transferring shop ownership, feel free to seek assistance from the enforcement hall. Likewise, if you face any issues in the future, you can look for this elder. I still command some influence within the sect. Elder Zu's demeanor shifted to one of heightened enthusiasm. This initial gesture of generosity from Bai Lake Mountain made him keen on establishing closer ties. After all, Bai Lake Mountain boasted Lu Changxing, the third-rank talisman master, along with a top-tier alchemist capable of refining foundation establishment elixirs. In the future, he might need favors from Bai Lake Mountain. That's excellent. The family may very well trouble Elder Su in the future. Lu Miaoyun replied with an amiable smile. Silently, she praised her husband's foresight, having long anticipated that third-rank talismans could pave the way for forging family connections. After sending Elder Su on his way, she handed over the spiritual contract to Lu Xingyang for arrangements, assigning personnel to take over the spirit land and shops. With the Sima family's compensations, The feud between Bai Lake Mountain Lu family and Xuanwu Ridge's Sima family reached a temporary resolution. This matter didn't stir much attention. However, families like Jinlong Ridge Jin family, Lingxi Lake Xie family, and Great Ape Mountain Yuan family kept a close watch. After all, rumors of Lu Changxing aligning with Kaiyun True Immortal were simply astounding, prompting further verification efforts. Observing the outcome of this matter, these families realized there was truth to the buzz. The entanglement between Bai Lake Mountain and Xuanwu Ridge had indeed drawn Kaiyun True Immortal's intervention. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Qingyun sect's usual approach would have been mutual reprimands. At that moment, these family forces grew increasingly wary of Bai Lake Mountain. For now, Bai Lake Mountain remained quiet, with family operations proceeding normally, and trade caravans continuing their journeys uninterrupted. But with Lu Pinggan's victory over Sima Tong, the caravans, now under Lu Rui's charge, no longer required Lu Pinggan to personally oversee them. Under typical circumstances, 1 or 2 foundation establishment cultivators were sufficient for caravan security. Half a month later, Xianxia arrived at Bai Lake Mountain, delivering news regarding the Tianyuan's secret realm. Finding Lu Changxing in closed-door cultivation, she handed the secret realm token to Lu Miaoge. She explained that if Lu Changxing had yet to emerge from seclusion after a month, then they should notify him to proceed to Luoyun Mountain Range and head to the Tianyuan's secret realm. Aside from this token, Xianxia left Lu Changxing another item, a keepsake. She stated that if needed, the keepsake could be used to contact her senior sister, Chu Qingyi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1284. The news of the 4 great immortal sects opening the Tianyuan's secret realm did not cause much of a stir in the Jiang country cultivation realm. After all, this secret realm had little to do with most cultivators. Sir the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. 9 out of 10 cultivators in Jiang country hadn't even heard of the Tianyuan's secret realm. However, the 4 great immortal sects releasing a portion of the secret realm quotas to their subordinate family forces caused these families to be both excited and joyful. Yet amidst the joy, some couldn't help but feel unease. They only had a vague understanding of the Tianyuan's secret realm. They had heard rumors of how the opportunities within this realm drew the covetous gaze of many cultivators from other nations. There were even whispers of demonic path nascent soul cultivators lurking within the Jiang country cultivation realm, scheming to seize these opportunities. They feared the dangers they might encounter upon entering the secret realm. At this very moment, the Zhang family of Little Kong Mountain. Honored Envoy, this is the list of subordinate family forces under the jurisdiction of the Wuxia sect that have been granted quotas for the Tianyuan's secret realm. The Zhang family patriarch knelt outside the forbidden courtyard of his family's grounds, prostrated himself, and presented a jade slip with a respectful tone. The Tianyuan's secret realm is finally about to open? A serene and indifferent, yet slightly delighted and enchanting voice spoke from within the pavilion. A slender and graceful jade hand extended, taking the jade slip to assess its contents. A moment later, the figure dissolved into a cascade of purple stardust, vanishing without a trace. Such events, like at the Zhang family of Little Kong Mountain, occurred in many other places. Now, it's only a matter of waiting for the fish to take the bait. This battle must not be lost. At the same time, the high-ranking members of the 4 great immortal sects in Jiang country were also mobilizing in succession. For a time, hidden currents churned fiercely within the Jiang country cultivation realm. Bai Lake Mountain, Mount Sumeru Cave Heaven. It's finally complete. Lu Changxing opened his eyes, gazing at the translucent, crystal-like formless treasure wheel before him, emitting a faint golden glow. With a subtle mental command, the treasure wheel hovered behind him, radiating 9-colored divine light, making his whole being appear sacred and extraordinary, with an awe-inspiring and solemn majesty. Buzz! The treasure wheel began to spin, its radiance brilliant. Around Lu Changxing, It seemed as though endless flames blazed and deafening thunder roared. In an instant, flying swords materialized one after another, forming a menacing assault. However, these attacks caused no actual damage to the cave heaven. They were all mere illusions created by the formless treasure wheel. The effects were both realistic and illusory. Even a nascent soul cultivator would need to discern carefully. In battle, even if such illusions could be recognized, they would still disrupt the opponent's mental focus. If he combined this effect with a technique or divine skill capable of truly blending illusion with reality, he could catch his opponents completely off guard. It's a pity that I've lacked the time and conditions to cultivate the Six Desires Heart Demon technique. Otherwise, it would pair perfectly with the formless treasure wheel. Lu Changsheng pondered to himself. The Six Desires Heart Demon technique was an intricate divine consciousness cultivation technique. If cultivated to profound levels, it could blur reality and illusion, deceiving and disrupting others' sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and thought. However, cultivating this technique was exceptionally dangerous and troublesome, requiring one to temper themselves against the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Domain. Lu Changsheng formed a gesture incantation with one hand, and the formless treasure wheel behind him suddenly trembled. The originally 3-foot-wide wheel expanded to 7 or 8 feet. Its intricate, radiant crystalline patterns began to flow, forming an invisible field that enveloped Lu Changsheng within. This domain became increasingly tangible, forming a protective spiritual light that flowed around Lu Changsheng's body. Formless domain. Lu Changsheng formed successive incantations with his hands, his expression steady and focused. Buzz. In that instant, the spinning formless treasure wheel seemed to burn like a miniature sun, exuding an oppressive aura capable of suppressing mountains, rivers, and the vast heavens. Lu Changsheng's divine sense swiftly entered the formless domain. Inside, it resembled a boundless void. There were no rules or boundaries. Vision, hearing, taste, smell, and touch all seemed to vanish, making it impossible to discern one's location. If one were to open their eyes and suddenly find themselves in such a place, even a cultivator would feel a surge of fear. Light. With a subtle shift of his mental focus, Lu Changsheng activated the formless treasure wheel with his mana. Instantly, the void gained a faint luster. But Lu Changsheng was well aware that it was merely an illusion. The true formless domain was nothing but a confined void space. Not bad. After a brief experience of the formless treasure wheel's effects, Lu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. With a mere thought, he retracted the treasure into his Qi ocean core within his Dan Tian and stepped out of his cave mansion. Changsheng. Lu Miaoge, who had been instructing her son, sensed his presence. Seeing Lu Changsheng, she approached to discuss the matter of the Tianyuan's secret realm. So soon? Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, then smiled. Good. By the way, Changsheng, Lu Miaoge went on to inform Lu Changsheng about another matter. A few days ago, a Foundation establishment faction called Misty Rain Market came to Bai Lake Mountain to seek help, expressing their willingness to become a vassal. Misty Rain Market? I recall that their prefect once came to us before but refused to accept the terms of vassalage. Why have they come again seeking it? Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, recalling some impressions of this marketplace. They had previously visited Bai Lake Mountain, hinting at their intention to seek protection. However, their offered benefits were too meager, leading to no agreement. Instead, they only established a basic cooperative relationship, allowing the Lu Family Commerce Association to set up within Misty Rain Market. Yes. Lu Miaoge, her features refined and voice gentle, explained, this matter is connected to the Sima family. Previously, when Pingon was pursuing Sima Tong, the latter was ultimately captured at Misty Rain Market. It seems that after Sima Tong returned to his family some days ago, he was unwilling to let the matter rest. He sent people to Misty Rain Market to demand accountability, prompting Prefect Yu to seek our assistance and agree to vassalage. Lu Miaoge explained calmly. The Sima family truly is overbearing. Lu Changsheng chuckled lightly at this and said, if they're now willing to accept vassalage and provide sufficient benefits, there's no harm in agreeing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1285. Lu Changxing was quite pleased with a faction like Misty Rain Market coming to pledge allegiance. After all, under By Lake Mountain's name, there were no truly presentable subordinate forces at the moment. Misty Rain Market not only had 2 foundation establishment cultivators holding the fort, but also lacked entangled interests and complexities. Moreover, they could provide significant profits annually, making them quite a high-quality faction. The prefect of Misty Rain Market is willing to agree to all subjugation terms, but she also has one condition. Lu Miaoge paused briefly and said softly, "Oh, what's the condition?" Lu Changxing raised an eyebrow slightly. "She hopes you can take her as a concubine." Lu Miaoge spoke in a gentle tone. Lu Changxing froze for a moment. He hadn't expected such a request from the other party. Had his charm really reached such heights? However, Lu Changxing instantly understood. The other party likely wanted to further solidify the relationship through this method to secure greater benefits. "Heh, this woman does have some courage." Lu Changxing chuckled softly and said, "If her character is decent, there's no harm in agreeing." For a foundation establishment cultivator to willingly propose becoming a concubine, as long as her character passed muster, the Lu ancestor wouldn't mind giving her a chance. Moreover, Misty Rain Market's allegiance to his family could greatly benefit its development. As the Lord of By Lake Mountain, he was willing to make a bit of personal sacrifice for the family. Sister Ling has already investigated beforehand, so she made the decision directly. "When you're free, Changxing, you can make a trip to Misty Rain Market to settle this matter." Lu Miaoge, gentle as water, spoke softly. "Cth Nefire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." Hearing this, Lu Changxing was somewhat speechless. Grasping Lu Miaoge's fair hand, he spoke warmly. "Sister Miaoge, it's all right, Changxing." Lu Miaoge gently shook her head. The two had been husband and wife for many years. She knew her husband had no unusual hobbies except for his wish to fill the house with children and grandchildren, building a large family with abundant blessings. She even knew that in his youth, Lu Changxing had resolved to marry hundreds of wives and father hundreds of children in his lifetime. Now, with a foundation female cultivator possessing good character and appearance proactively volunteering, she naturally wished to support her husband. The two chatted for a while before Lu Changxing checked in on his son, Lu Qingxian, and his cultivation progress. He then paid visits to other wives, concubines, and children in the household and spent time with a maidservant he had recently taken in. 5 days later, with the time for the Tianyuan's secret realm approaching, Lu Changxing didn't hurry to Misty Rain Market to take concubines but went directly to the secret realm instead. "Changxing, husband, take care on the road." Lu Miaoge, Lu Miaohuan, Lu Miaoyan, and others expressed their concern. They had all heard about the Tianyuan's secret realm. However, previously Xianxia had visited and shared some details, claiming it was very safe. Moreover, they knew their husband's cultivation strength well, so their worry wasn't excessive. "Haha, don't worry." Lu Changxing smiled as he bid farewell to the women before boarding his purple flying shuttle and heading for the Luoyun mountain range. The quota for the Tianyuan's secret realm wasn't allocated to every family or power. Factions like Qingzhou Mountain and Hundred Birds Lake didn't receive any slots. Thus, on this trip, Lu Changxing was traveling alone and had no companions. "I wonder if he'll encounter any ambushers." Clad in a cyan robe, standing atop the purple flying shuttle, Lu Changxing mused to himself. Previously, when chatting with Xianxia, she'd speculated that the opening of the Tianyuan's secret realm might be a trap set by the 4 great immortal sects. She even suspected that family cultivators like them were merely bait for the 4 great immortal sects. Because while the secret realm's entry was allowed for sect disciples, spots were also given to certain family powers. Sect disciples naturally had the protection of their sect elders, ensuring they faced no dangers during the journey. Family cultivators traveling alone, however, might encounter ambushes, their identities stolen, and someone else sneaking into the secret realm in their place. It would actually be nice to encounter a couple of demonic path golden core cultivators. Lu Changxing was not afraid. In fact, he looked forward to running into a few demonic path nascent soul cultivators. In his possession was a cultivation technique called the Brahmin Demon True Saint technique. The cultivation of this technique was extremely stringent. It required demonic Tao origin, heavenly demon blood, and a Buddhist relic for marrow cleansing and body refinement before it could be practiced successfully. He had barely managed to gather the heavenly demon blood. But as for the demonic Tao origin and the Buddhist relic, Lu Changxing still had no leads. So, if he could suppress 1 or 2 demonic path golden core cultivators, it might help him gather the demonic Tao origin. Of course, such notions were merely idle thoughts. Golden core cultivators were exceedingly rare. Moreover, condensing a superior gold core through demonic techniques was even harder than doing so with orthodox methods. Thus, obtaining such a demonic Tao origin was probably more difficult than acquiring heavenly demon blood. The journey from Bai Lake Mountain to the Luoyun mountain range was quite substantial. Considering the possibility of a trap by the 4 great immortal sects and potential ambushes by demonic path foundation establishment cultivators along the way, Lu Changxing decided to act as bait himself, deliberately projecting the cultivation level of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator while piloting the purple flying shuttle. A month later, Lu Changxing reached the Luoyun mountain range. The journey had been uneventful. He hadn't even encountered a single ambushing or rogue cultivator, which left him somewhat disappointed. However, this wasn't unexpected. Jiang country's cultivation realm was vast, and there were likely no more than 20 or 30 nascent soul cultivators drawn here for the opportunity. The odds of encountering them were naturally slim. Upon reaching the Luoyun mountain range, however, the atmosphere grew livelier. Every so often, another cultivator could be seen flying swiftly to the area. It seemed that, like him, they had obtained entry to the Tianyuan's secret realm. At present, the Luoyun mountain range remained in a state of lockdown, patrolled heavily by sect disciples. All entrants were required to present their identity tokens. Under the guidance of these sect disciples, it wasn't long before Lu Changxing arrived at the location of the Tianyuan's secret realm. A temporary base was stationed there, enveloped in dense spiritual light, likely supported by a third-order formation. There isn't even a third-order spirit vein here, so the operation of this formation must entirely rely on burning spirit stones. As expected of the 4 great immortal sects, truly wealthy, Lu Changxing thought to himself as he stepped forward to present both his identity token and the secret realm token given to him by Xianxia, gaining entry to the outpost. Please. The sect disciple, after verifying his identity, made a welcoming gesture. Entering the formation's gate, Lu Changxing found himself in a narrow corridor stretching endlessly into the distance. The corridor was about a zhang in height and width, made entirely of pitch-black stone, sealed tightly enough to cause a sense of mental oppression and discomfort. This seems to have been constructed with mystical iron essence, Tiangang mystical iron, and a few other minerals, thus possessing a divine sense isolation effect. As a third-order artifact refiner, Lu Changxing immediately discerned a few details. Attempting to probe the walls with his divine sense, he immediately felt a layer of energy blocking him, preventing penetration. Though he could likely break through with full effort, doing so might trigger hidden prohibitions, alerting others to any abnormalities. It appears the 4 great immortal sects prepared thoroughly, setting up a heaven and earth net from the very entrance. Striding forward, Lu Changxing pondered, somewhat concerned whether his cultivation realm would be seen through. Although the sealing divine light of the 9 treasures Rui Bone could conceal his cultivation and mana levels, making them undetectable, this time, it seemed the 4 great immortal sects had employed numerous sophisticated means. What if their measures could see through disguises and detect cultivation realms? If the worst happens, they'll simply escape using the teleportation talisman or life-substituting talisman and claim I encountered some danger en route. Maintaining a calm expression, Lu Changxing continued forward steadily. After nearly a quarter of an hour, a rippling gate appeared before him. Stepping through, the world around him transformed completely. He found himself in a square underground palace. Here, the air was saturated with incomparably dense spiritual energy, leaving one feeling refreshed and at ease. This spiritual energy, Lu Changxing felt a bit astonished. With his dragon-seeking art, he had not detected a third-order spirit vein prior to entering. Yet the density and purity of the spiritual energy here were nearly on par with those of a middle to upper third-order spirit vein. Could this spiritual energy be emanating from the Tianyuan's secret realm? Lu Changxing observed a fissure nearby, large enough for a person to pass through. From the fissure, clouds of dense, mist-like spiritual energy continually flowed out. Fellow Taoist, please be patient for a few more days. A sect disciple addressed Lu Changxing, indicating that he could rest and cultivate in the meantime. The spiritual energy here was enough to support the cultivation of over 100 foundation establishment cultivators. Thank you. Lu Changxing nodded slightly and found a spot to rest. The place already had a good number of individuals gathered, including someone Lu Changxing recognized. It was Jin Zan, the ancestor of the Jin family of Golden Dragon Ridge. Given the lack of cordial relations between their families, the two merely exchanged indifferent glances before Jin Zan closed his eyes. Lu Changxing paid it no mind and sat quietly in meditation. In the following days, more people trickled in periodically. One day, an exceptionally handsome young man stepped into the palace, causing Lu Changxing's heart to throb faintly, an odd sense of foreboding washing over him. The young man's gaze immediately locked onto Lu Changxing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1286. Lu Changxing's heart trembled. A cultivator's spiritual sense was extraordinary, rarely stirred without reason. Having broken through to core formation and awakened the Tai divine soul, his heightened perception made it even less likely for this inexplicable unease to occur for no reason. Through this faint, fleeting sense of unease, Lu Changxing vaguely sensed an intriguing familiarity coming from the other party. Familiarity? Lu Changxing was certain he had never met or known the other party before. So, the other party was most likely disguised. Peach Blossom Gu, activate. Lu Changxing recalled a similar feeling when he encountered Meng Xiaochan in Jiuxiao Immortal City back in the day. Withdrawing his gaze, he questioned the Peach Blossom Gu. Buzz? In an instant, the Peach Blossom Gu transmitted a message through intent, indicating a strong intertwining of peach blossom luck between the two of them. Nangong Meili? Through this surge of peach blossom luck, Lu Changxing immediately deduced the other party's identity. It was none other than the woman he had once pierced through with a spear, whose hips were as round as grinding stones. As for the feeling of familiarity, he now understood its origin. It stemmed from the misty sky bead he had given her and the sliver of golden core charm he had nurtured for her. Why does this woman always seek out such perilous situations? Lu Changxing felt a twinge of displeasure in his heart. A mother with a child should stay home to care for her daughter. Why wander around Jiang country's cultivation realm all day long? First, the Jiuxiao Immortal City incident involved her. Now, the Tianyuan secret realm does too? Does she purposely seek out danger wherever it arises? But meeting her isn't altogether bad. It's high time I resolved the entanglement between us. When the time comes, traveling to the Jin Kingdom with her to visit Yao Yao will be much more convenient. Lu Changxing's expression remained calm and composed, though he contemplated inwardly. He planned to make a trip to the cultivation realm of the Jin Kingdom after the emergence of the Red Lotus. Sar the novel at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yet, he knew very little about the Jin Kingdom. Reuniting with his daughter might prove challenging. With Nangong Meili accompanying him, however, things would be far easier. As for whether she was willing or not, Lu Changxing trusted in his own charm. Lu Changxing's perception hadn't erred. The handsome young man before him was indeed Nangong Meili in disguise, using the misty sky bead. Seeing Lu Changxing, Nangong Meili also appeared slightly shaken and surprised. How unexpected encountering him here. This saves me an extra trip. Nangong Meili barely glanced at Lu Changxing before calmly finding a spot to sit cross-legged. Originally, she had planned to visit by Lake Mountain after the Secret Realm expedition to check on Lu Changxing. Now, seeing Lu Changxing here, she decided to wait for the right moment to abduct him instead. Time passed gradually. People arrived at the Grand Hall one after another. Forces like the beast-taming Su family, Five Elements Wang family, Shangguan family, Danxia Mountain, and Huan Yin sect all gathered. Seeing the 5 people arriving from the beast-taming Su family, Lu Changxing was slightly surprised. Because Su Ruyan was unexpectedly among them. She's here too. Lu Changxing felt a tinge of astonishment. But after a moment he understood. The beast-taming Su family possessed slots for the secret realm, and as one of the Su family's proudest talents, Su Ruyan receiving a slot was entirely reasonable. He nodded at Su Ruyan as a gesture of acknowledgement but didn't engage her in conversation. Beyond Su Ruyan he recognized few others. The only one who stood out was a woman with a painted-like visage, her face veiled in white silk, exuding an ethereal charm. She was from the Huan Yin sect, someone he vaguely recalled being called the Qin Fairy, a disciple of the sect master. Qin Fairy. The title amused Lu Changxing somewhat. He remembered months ago his daughter Lu Wangshu had made her name known in the Red Leaf Valley market during a battle, earning the playful epithet, Talisman Fairy. She had complained to him afterward, saying that such titles were utterly overused. In Jiang country's cultivation realm, titles like Talisman Fairy, Qin Fairy, Sword Fairy, and Flower Fairy were dime a dozen. Once the beast-taming Su family, Danxia Mountain, and Huan Yin sect had all arrived, a 30-strong group entered the hall. They wore the attire of disciples from the Wuxia sect, exuding the imposing presence of Foundation establishment cultivators. It seems unlikely anything major will go wrong in this secret realm. If anything does happen, the 4 great immortal sects will suffer tremendous losses. Lu Changxing observed the scene, thinking to himself. Though the 4 great immortal sects were not short of Foundation establishment cultivators, Foundation establishment was not as common as cabbages and formed the backbone of their sections. Besides, these Foundation establishment cultivators weren't ordinary, they were elite disciples within their sections. After the Luoxia sect's arrival, it wasn't long before the Qingyun sect, Spirit Taming sect, and Heavenly Sword sect followed suit. It was Lu Changxing's first time witnessing such an enormous gathering. The Grand Hall held nearly 300 Foundation establishment cultivators. If a demonic path true monarch were to attack now, wiping everyone out in one fell swoop, the entire Jiang country cultivation realm would be half crippled with severe damage to its vital energy. Lu Changxing sighed internally, scanning the cultivators present with curiosity, wondering how many demonic path cultivators had managed to blend in. He refused to believe Nangong Meili was the only demonic path nascent soul hiding among them. Just then, ripples began to stir in the void's crack in the distance. Out stepped an old man with white hair and beard, radiating an air of immortality, his robe fluttering effortlessly. Following him was a woman with sword-like brows as sharp as ink-painted mountains, her icy countenance glowing like a snow lotus in bloom. Her high ponytail added to her aloof disposition, and on her back, she carried a magical sword emanating cold, shimmering strands. Greetings, true person Ling Feng. Greetings, true person Qin Yi. Some immediately recognized the 2 figures, expressing respectful gazes and clasping their hands in salute. Even cultivators from family forces who didn't recognize them were well aware that they were core formation immortals from the 4 great immortal sects, prompting them all to bow courteously. Now that everyone has arrived, this old man won't waste time with small talk. Line up in order and enter the secret realm one by one. The immortal-like Ling Feng true person surveyed the crowd before speaking, his tone infinitely kind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible.